Good time of day, everyone. And hello there. So, today is the yearly Descent into Madness, that is the 7-day roguelike. I went over yesterday the basic plans, but I'm not going to be starting for at least another 2 hours to give me some buffer on the final day to wake up early and make sure that everything is properly working. With that, I'm here to kill the bugs. So, this is the... Whoops, that's a little on the big side. Let me adjust that. Today is day one, which I'm going to figure out how to display stuff on the screen. Pretty much have all that, but I want to make sure I have the code segmented properly to display the proper layers at the proper times. Shouldn't be too hard. I want to get a first draft of the GUI because it's going to be very important with this. I believe I'm going to be working with SNES level screen ratio, so I'm going to be looking at Super Nintendo menus and such. Sadly, no. That is an idea, though. Player sprite, player dungeon, tiles, I need to have at least the basics of that down, otherwise I'm not going to be able to tell anything. Basic pathfinding, I have a few ideas. The current system of pathfinding that I have used in the past is mostly a distance flood fill from the source, and then it just, goes downstream from wherever it rolls downstream. Basic player movement, that should be easy enough to set up, but I still need to make sure that it works. Settle on map size, this is going to be very important since I am going to be stitching all this together. I might be referencing how big Diablo 2 is, or how big the various Mystery Dungeon games are. Though Mystery Dungeon games are a little on the small side for what I want because they generally use 3x3 or 4x4 cells per their map or rooms. I need to figure out what I'm going to have for the enemy struct, which is going to get kind of interesting kind of quick because I have so many extra cases. The sound system is what I want. It's not actually sound at the moment, but what I mean by is... let me put this down for a second and show this. Also, I should probably change my background at some point. Sound system, I mean, is that we have wall here. We have wall here. You are here. Enemy over here makes some noise, just for identification purposes, and this will flood out from there until it reaches a point where it can then spawn a little thing that lasts for like 2 seconds that's at the beginning of your turn of you heard something over here. So it'll be like a little SFX pop-up for, I don't know, golden bear armor that goes her or something. And that shouldn't be too hard to implement, but I might have to drop it. We'll have to see. But that said, since I'm not going to touch this for about 2 hours, I'm going to show what I currently have set up, which is moved over to my... Did I get rid of the stop bar? Whatever. Move over to my 7-day roguelike programming folder. I have split out the constants so that I can have them over here. I've done some fancy program once, which means it only compiles once, so I can just include it everywhere without it throwing compile errors everywhere. I may be doing a little bit more of that later, but this is where all my constants are going to live. This is where all my tile map stuff is going to live. This is where all my sprite rendering is going to live, and this is the main logic of the main loop. I might be splitting out some various map things later, but I'll probably have to param once this, and we'll see how that works. Actually, let's throw that in there and see if it doesn't like it. Doesn't care. Okay, so I should be able to import this into other things and... Second. What I'm trying to avoid in that is that you have in this file, you have like int A. So in this header you have this, and then you have in this one down here you import it, then you have in this one you import it, and then you have down here that you import both of those. So how the compiler happens is that it hits this and goes int A exists, and it sets a memory address for that. And then it gets down to this, and then it, because of how headers work, it reloads this file, and it goes int A exists, and this throws an utter fit because int A already exists and already has a memory address set up, and it falls down and dies. So what that one little command does is say, don't do this, you idiot. And it moves on. I think it's even technically a hack. It's like not even how it's supposed to properly run, but it's how it's used by people. So, like, I'm not doing stuff correctly either. I barely know how to run C++, which is why I'm putting all my code in headers, because I don't want to link files. Okay. Anyways, on to things. So yesterday I had taken a look at all the Lethal Company enemies, and I put them into this little collage here. And something interesting I found out is that for the most part, these are all low saturation. And by that I mean I'll grab the midtone here, not like the highlight or shadow, which is probably coming from renderer, but it's like 50 or below. Ignoring the one that, you know, takes on the player's face. This one might actually be a little high, but... No, saturation of 30. These are low saturation because they're literally browns, which is diminutive orange. This is probably one of the higher ones you get, and that's at a 17 for saturation. But it's blue, so it can cheat. The dress might be high saturation, but that's the thing. Once again, brown. These little plant things, which I am probably going to be basing a few enemies off of, because haha, 13. Yeah, it's a style thing, but 33 and 13. I think it's mostly because they're kind of like earthy tones, but it kind of ended up at that. But on the flip side, the player characters, they're all kind of high saturation. This one I think is middling because it's a green, but no, it's above 50. 72. Like, I think it's more because the players are overly bright. Like, blue, as I said before, cheats like a... blue has the most in our visual spectrum for how we see things. The most space, so that kind of cheats on there. But I think it's mostly because that the player characters are just bright in general, which means they have a generally high saturation. So you can pick out a player, but the enemies can stay hidden. Because the enemies blend in. The players don't. So I'm going to kind of go with this and have enemies be use lower saturation palette for my enemies. Players going to have a high saturation, and I think all items will have a high saturation as well to distinguish them. And we'll go from there. It's going to get interesting if like grass tiles and all that, because usually when you use low saturation, like low values, you're putting them into the background. Because further away, less saturation, darker colors. I mean, most players are literally just going to be the orange one, though you could get the other suits. So it's all based off this, so the rest are jokes. But yeah. And for the most part, I can also keep a very limited palette and work with this. The only thing I'm going to have to do is figure out how to do some noise. Like, this might be partially because of crunching it to here, but I think it's also how their renderer works. It's very crunchy. There's a lot of, like, just banding and noise in there. And I don't know if I'll be able to get that across, but I will try. Otherwise, very simple shapes for the most part. This is like one of the most complex ones, but they put fur on it. I mean, this is literally a one-man team. So, like, this is like one of their newer ones, and it has, you know, a lot more work. Well, this is one of their older ones. Same with the stealing bugs. But yeah, the current philosophy is low saturation enemies, high saturation player items. And we'll go from there. And put some banding artifacts and whatnot in there. But otherwise, I could probably live on a very simple color palette and call it good. So that's Discovery. And I don't know why there's a bunny besides, you know, modern games. But the beekeeper is actually kind of funny because there is bees in the game and they will murder you if you try to take their honey. So if this, like, actually is an item you take and then you can get the honey, that'd be hilarious. It almost makes me want to do something with, like, outfits. I am going to have armor, but that doesn't mean your outfits are a different slot entirely, but we'll see. So anyways, back to menus, because that's going to be one of the first things I have to tackle. So I brought up a bunch of SNES things. They might just literally be there to be funny. They have an entire rank system on that. Like, literally the rank system is just randomly generated to be your senior and someone else's, like, junior and whatever, intern. So, as I said, I'm not going to have a lot of room to work with, so I'm going to have to be very consistent. Actually, you know, I could just look at this, because I think I already have it set up on screen resolution of Super Nintendo. Yeah, 256 by 224. That is the size of a 256 to 24. That's what I said, right? I don't know anymore. It's been 5 seconds. Yeah, 224. So this is basically the screen size I'm working with. That's not a lot of room. Let's put on 16 by 16. That's not a lot of room. One thing I know I'm going to need to have is the 4 items and what you have. So, like, a big outline for you have this item. It has its icon right there. And then you have this. Probably a little smaller, but you get the idea. And then, like, maybe some health statistics over here or something. Is my first blush. What I also want to have is when you have an item selected, you'll have your little screen right there telling you what you can do with it. Like, if you have a sword, you can drop it, or you could, like, hit A to do a directional attack, because maybe that'll be something. Or if you have special things on there, you can, like, use it to cast. And then, like, you're right here. That's the basics I have so far. Probably have the scroll pop up as things happen, but yeah. That said, looking at these, very small. This is like a decently small tile set. It might actually be 8 by 8 font size, and I think I have a 16 by 16, so but I think I'll figure something out. Same over here. This time it's at the bottom. Though virtually no difference when you have a top or bottom type thing, because like all the action is going on in the middle and you're only supposed to reference that occasionally. And here's one that actually kind of fits in. This is actually a Doom for the Super Nintendo. So you have your little, this is technically a scroll up here every time it pops up. Then you have all your basic information, but then you really squeeze more out of that. This is Wizardry, which has the classic RPG type thing, like super classic, like show these over here, show the enemy count up there, and have little toast pop-ups, and then you like your enemy sprites there. Not a lot of information there. This is not one to go with, but I thought it'd be interesting to include it. Like honestly, this and this are probably closer. And Dragon Quest, one of the Super Nintendo ones. This, which is more I look at for other reasons, but I want to put it's really interesting that they squeezed down the combat section and then it had, you know, all this pop up on top of it. Sort of classic. I think I'll have toast pop-ups that cover the entire screen, if you, or like the top quarter of the screen when you're trying to do something, or bottom where we put anything. Now, more for what I am actually doing. This is from Sheeran the Wanderer. So you have your message pop up that only happens and stays up for a few seconds, which I could probably emulate. It has some transparency in the background, which I might be able to actually accomplish. So I'll see how that goes. Has a mini map right on top of everything that you can toggle on or off. Maybe I'll do that. It shouldn't be too hard, considering that I can just draw pixels for every single square. And then, I don't know what that is. It's probably hunger. That's HP, your gold, your level, the floor you're on. Another shot of that, both brown. Now, the granddaddy of the Mystery Dungeon series, Torneckle? Let me look that up. Mystery Dungeon. Yeah, it's Torneco. It is literally, this is what spawned the entire Mystery Dungeon series and what made Sheeran the Wanderer. It is based off of Dragon Quest 4, I want to say. 4's merchant character who is going into a dungeon. And it is literally Chunsoft or whoever worked with it made a game with Enix at the time. Maybe there's more lore to it, but they literally liked Rogue and they made their own roguelike. It is a direct descendant, straight line from Rogue. And then they made their own IP, which is Sheeran the Wanderer, and then they kind of they farmed out the system and IP to various things. So you have Etrian Odyssey, you have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which is where everybody knows Mystery Dungeon for at this time. But yeah, it's literally because some people managed to either be part of the Dragon Quest team and went out to other things, or they got in contact with them and said, hey, we can make a funny little game. And they made a funny little game, and it changed a lot in the JP side. yeah, it's kind of amazing. Dragon Quest has infected a lot of things. I think I've spoken about it on Link. I don't know if I spoke about it on stream. But yeah. Here is the current Wikipedia timeline for Chunsoft and the whole Mystery Dungeon thing. I need to know more history on that, but yeah. Okay, please go to background. But yeah, like back in 1993, this is where it's made, and then they made Mystery Dungeon 2, Sheeran the Wanderer, which is what they wanted to have, which is their own thing, and then they kind of they farmed out because they're probably still working under Square or Enix. And then it just kept going on. And then they even have their own game. It's kind of amazing. But yeah, it is a direct descendant of Dragon Quest and literal Rogue. Which is why I think it actually used old 9x9 rooms. It's just they went a little hard in different directions and made it more quirky and interesting. Like the thing about Mystery Dungeon is that besides generic whack things with weapons, there's a lot of weird items that have weird interactions, such as like vacuum pots that you use to vacuum up something from across the room to you, and you can use it to steal out of shops you find in dungeons, and like weird interactions like that. But otherwise, yeah, it was Dragon Quest. Here's another shot of it because I wanted that, and just showing some Final Fantasy 5. Yeah, it's 5, where they sacrifice the bottom half of the screen. I'm thinking the top, and then the scroll on there. And then Final Fantasy, was it Legend? It's the weird introductory Final Fantasy. Very interesting game, very broken actually. And little Breath of Fire, once again, Mystic Quest, thank you. The bottom of the screen is sacrificed. And a little bit of Lufia 2, which has some very interesting sprite proportions to each other. But that's sort of a classic style. And did I have anything over here? No, I did not. And just this is Star Ocean. It's truly a thing. But yeah, I think I'm going to be settling on having stuff in top and then having pop-ups, probably like Mystery Dungeon. So actually, probably, yeah, I'm more on this, except I'm going to have a little HUD for the 4 items you have selected. I'll have little pop-ups saying, hey, drop this, hey, do this with this, and otherwise move on like that. And I think that'll be working. I have another hour and a half to fill. I could start early, but that just means I have less time on next Sunday. Sunday's a wash, but I might want to have, you know, an hour of I want to double check the text in the game. So what else can I look at? What else can I do? I'm not going to design this too much more, but that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Some days are going to just be that, but I'm still trying to figure out a sprite style I'm going to use. I have not. I tried real hard to find the sprites for Toward Echo's Great Journey. But I could not find anything except a slime sprite rotated in 8 directions. Because that is one I could possibly go off of for style, because haha, throwback. Though it has very complicated tiles. So, the thing with the Mystery Dungeon games, at least the early ones, is it has a quasi-lighting system. It works very much like the original Rogue. Because, well, it is direct descended roguelike. How Rogue worked and how Mystery Dungeon, at least back then, worked, is that you have rooms. If you stand in a room, no matter how big it is, you can see everything in the room. Now, if you walk through this doorway onto this unlit tile, the whole room disappears. You can only see like one square in front and behind you, which is like literally right here, what this is showing. Like it's doing a mask cutout of this right here in order to show your light radius, but you could see it right here as well. Like you could delineate the room tiles here and the one outside of it, which is exactly what's going on in this situation. Sheeran, you could probably see, yeah, Sheeran, you can literally see the same thing as well. I mean, I could cheat like that, but I literally have a Fog of War engine system, so I might as well use it. But the other thing going on here, since these are probably like 32 by 32, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. 7 probably It's like 8 entirely, but you see the edge of the 8th one. It's cut in half on both sides of tiles you can look at, which is kind of against that because you don't see a lot, but it also probably saves on needing to have a lot of enemies because like literally 2 enemies feel like a monster party. Like, I mean, you have 3 on this screen and you're kind of you're kind of surrounded. So I'm probably going to go with try and see how it feels with that. And then it'll also cut down on... I mean, I can make the dungeon big at that point. I can make the dungeon technically huge because an 8x8 room is about bigger than what you could see at once. And that would mean I could fit an 80 by 80 tile grid, or I can have sorry. I could have like a 80 size map plus 2 for edges, and that's a lot of cells to work with because that's like 10. That's 100 cells. That's like overkill, and I do not probably want that many. But I want the option to have them be at least decently sized. Right now, I have it at 40, at like a 40 by 20. I might make it square. I probably will make it be rectangle because screen size issues that I'm working with. It's not that great to have more height than you need. But yeah, if I have it be like this thing, I don't know, a 3x3 light radius that you can see around. What did I say? Like, I could actually cheat and like see what the grid's on there. So 32, 32. Yeah, this is about it. I'll go with it because I'm working in a classic style, and I might as well see what I can do. And also, 32 by 32 sprites is not something I really work on, but it'll give a lot more character. I mean, most of them will probably be 24 to 16, just so 32 by 32 can be like big monster guys. The only exception would probably be like the giants, because they'd be huge. But also it gives more readability on the situation, on pixels and all that. But yes, that is thoughts. So something on the floor here. Okay. So that's where that's at. Might be a bad idea, and I might can it within like day 2, but we'll see how it goes. If it was good enough for, you know, the progenitor of the Mystery Dungeon series, it's probably good enough for me. Also, Mystery Dungeon had some interesting ideas on how to make their maps. Or at least the later ones. I think the original ones were probably literally just rogue, which the rogue algorithm is do a drunken walk. Those are all rooms. The start one is where your up staircases, and the end one is where your down staircases. Randomly connect the other rooms. Pick something that doesn't have a staircase in and make it just corridors only. Stuff like that, but I'm going a completely insane route. We'll see how it goes. Anyways. Yeah, making the stitches is going to be real interesting. Because Diablo had like 4 things per direction, but that's a lot of fake maps to make. Granted, I only need to kind of do it like once, and then I could replace tiles if I was really cheap, but we'll see. We shall see. Anyways. that is that. Also, I don't have an idea of what I'm going to do for general differences in items and weapons. I'm probably going with a Borg type system. I just roll a DX for damage and roll a DX for reducing damage, and I'll call it a day. I don't need a lot of variety in that, because the variety is going to come from the enemies. But I might make like a sword, a dagger, an axe. Maybe the dagger will have like a 10% chance of doing 2 hits. Or not eating the end of the turn or something. Or letting you do a movement action. But I'll figure that out later. And the axe might just like be unbalanced and have like... It has a 6% chance, or it has 50% chance to do 1 damage, 50% chance of doing 6 damage. That's actually very chunky and nice. I might go with that. But your very classic wild swing weapon. Okay. 256, 256. But so far, just on the design of this, our first thing we're going to probably have when doing the display engine is draw tiles. For the actual tile map, draw... I guess I'll call it splatter. Because I had this as one of the pillars that I wanted like there to be a little bit of stuff on there. And that's going to be like blood, dirt... web, slime maybe. Oop. There needs to be an E on that. And then draw items. Draw player. Draw enemies. And then finally draw GUI, which will consist of drawing in order, basic items, which is the 4 items you are currently carrying, health, time left, and then occasionally call-outs and scroll. This might be the most complex system, honestly, that I'm going to have in here, because it might have to be slightly async if I'm going to have all the enemies move in a nice way. Because I can have things just like teleport and 20 messages pop up, but that doesn't make too much sense. So I might need to have an animation system for the enemies, which is literally, maybe like a move a step towards, then move back. But I'll have to make a scheduling system, I guess you would call it. And that's going to suck a little bit, but it's not the worst thing I've done. I'm also going to have to make sure that my sorter actually works, because I think I had found it had a bug before when I tried to do something with it. But, because generally, in order to avoid mess, you want to have things closer to the player move first, so you don't have a, here's the situation. You have player. You have enemy up here. Oh wait, no. You have enemy up here that is first in the list, and you have enemy that is later in the list. So you iterate through the list to move all the enemies. This one goes, oh no, the most direct path to the player is blocked. So I'm going to move this way. And this one goes, yeah, I'm just moving here. So then you have this weird situation where you see this enemy move up, and you see this one just walk to the left for no reason. And the reason is because they're moving in turn order and they're blocking each other. Or more funny is if they can swap. This one will swap into this. And then now that this one's up here, this one will swap back into it and just repeat the same position. But yeah, this is the basic layout. This is probably what I'm going to spend all day doing on top of getting some basic sprites in there. and getting all the flood fills. And I think I have all the flood fills, because that should be in tile map. Excuse me. Yeah, flood fill distance. So this is... I might need to optimize it a little bit more. I don't know. This does not need to... This can work with anything. I just need to make setups in here. Like, as long as I set up the array that is being filled out for the flood fill, and, like, zeros are impassable, I can make it be anything. The only thing that I can't do right now, which I might do in a little bit, is make a seeded flood fill. Because right now, this just has a single one. And I can cheat. Because right now, this one goes in here. And it says that start 1, 1. So I could just pre-populate the map array with like the ones in there. This will go through and find all the ones and then just put them on a queue. Because all it does is it has a frontier query that slowly spreads out until there's nothing left. Probably could be faster. I don't know my C to make it faster. But yeah. Watch. This makes it a lot faster. Oh, there's no output now. Oh no, worked on it before I started. I should go back and fix it in the other one, but yeah. Actually, I will just comment that out for now so that I have no issue. Also, I had points that I set up that could be passed around and stuff, but I don't know if I'll get use out of them. Then all my stitch stuff. I actually changed up the system. It still works. I used to have a stitch filled, which would be just an empty room that isn't connected to anything. Theoretically, I can make a game that makes sense, but I don't even think I'm going to bother, and it cuts down on like some silly stuff. I probably don't even need wall. Do I use wall for anything? Okay, I do use wall there. I say I should probably just update that to be fill if anything, but when I get to that, I'll get to that. So yeah, how about that local sports team? And then here down at the bottom, this kills time, and I should probably put like a debug flag on the end, and I'll call it a day, but yeah. No, this is more of a problem of that I started earlier than I probably should have, because I'm going to start at 11 o'clock. So I'm going to start working, and this is just filler for when I start this, but yes. I guess pre-planning, let's look over the enemy list. And I have made a priority scale from the other day. I don't think the Vega has seen this. But I currently have... Oh, I'm trying to figure out what, like, staring out screen. Like, I was having a bit of trouble at the start of this. I just didn't know if, like, I didn't even start. But, yeah, those are planned. We'll see if it happens. I don't think it'll happen today. I might order pizza in the middle of this, or I might finish up something in there. But yeah, yeah, this is like, because I have over 100 and... I have 101 monsters out here that I have made a priority list of estimates for how much of a pain it will be to implement and how much I want it in here. And then I made a little scale on this. Yeah, so there's a lot of them. Let me just sort this to top priority wants, and I can go down the list and talk about a little bit and possibly think about... Yep, there we go. So, inverse rats, I think you might have been there when I discussed these, and these are like literally hope you kept low weapon things. The chaos chicken, which is doing any magical effect. This will have to come in later. The Cheshire lion, which is a lion that stalks you, and it slowly becomes the monster and then attacks you. Uncertainty Lich. Teleports and has a 50% chance of dying. This is one I added later. And it's so dumb. It's the Monster Hunter. It's a monster that hunts you. And it can track you outside a line of sight. Surprise Mimic, which is a mimic that will spawn items and occasionally mimics. The one that started this whole possible thing and is the Clock Golem, which is a special monster that will move out of turn because it will move every 30 seconds if you don't. Sanguine Squid, which is a squid that doesn't move, but it will spread blood tiles, and if you're next to a blood tile, it'll sprout a tentacle and attack you through that. So it's an interesting one to notice that's on the map. There'll probably only be like one at a time. Shy Knife Beast, which is an enemy that just has basically an aggro meter that if you stay in line of sight of it for too long, it will decide to attack you. Now this one might be a little more nerfed if I use the tile size I'm going at, but it can still cause issues, and I could put it at like 4. So if you like move across the room with it there, it's yeah, it's not going to be happy. Demonic Guard Dog, which is created by the Poodle Trio combining. Mad Mummy, which is a mummy that will throw cursed bandages at you, and the bandages will push out an item in your inventory, and if your inventory is filled up with them, it instantly kills you by turning you into a mummy, which is very classic Lethal Company. It does something very weird, but yes. Walking Walls, which is something I came up with because I needed more fodder things, which is a non-aggressive enemy that is literally just a wall tile that it will move around. And if you can see it, it won't move, so it'll look just like a wall tile. But you can attack it and such. Frog Hounds, which are, you know, the Hounds of Titalos, which will move in strange ways. Basically, I was going to have it move effectively at an offset behind you when it moves towards you. And just like slowly come in a very strange way. Janitors, which move around trying to clean up filth. They go insane if they see you next to filth or see you next to a loose item, in which case they will start attacking you, saying you made a mess of the place. Potion slimes are slimes that go around and find a potion item and then just sit around and mill about. Imps can cause one of your scrolls, wands, or staffs to drop a spell on your location, which makes them absolutely terrible because that decreases the value of the item, and you're all about trying to get that. Janitor Slime, a 5x5 slime that goes around and searches up filth and eats it. Ice Princess, which casts ice magic and is not aggressive, but I wanted to fill the dialogue with random quips and like insults at you. Greed Elemental, which is one that I came up with. It's gains attack and defense based on the value of items around it, including the ones you have on. It's a real dumb idea, but it's funny. A Nester, which will put items in its nest, and it's basically invisible until you pick up an item, in which case if it sees you pick up an item, it will uninvisible and attack you. The Cerberus, yeah, there should be an extra R in there. The thirdibus, which is the third of this Cerberus. Pinball Wizard, which hinges on me doing that. Troll will go around and exchange items for for crap, and they will look exactly like the item it should be until you pick it up and then find out it's just troll crap. And because that's stupid, but it fits. Wall Crawler is a monster that moves through walls and will attack some distance away. It only shows up after it attacks. Fog Creature, watch map, creates a lingering fog which blocks line of sight. Yippee Monster, eats all metal, magic or not, and it goes, well, yippee. This one is actually interesting. The Blind Stab, it has basically a ranged attack, but it can't hit you if it can see you, or if you can see it. But it can hit you through walls. It knows where you are. It's like not really limited by line of sight. So that's an interesting one. Filth Beast, which will be attacked by janitors. It can spawn patches of filth. It can also teleport to patches of filth. Magnetic Pigeon. If you're wearing metal armor, it can instantly move to you to attack you. Cat God, I think we talked about it last time. Goblin Hero, which parries every melee attack made at it, and then probably insults you when you do that. So it's not immune to physical attacks. It's just immune to you bumping into it. So if you have like a ranged attack or you throw something at it, you can kill it. Actually, I should probably have throw in the game. That's a very important thing in Mystery Dungeon games. Vortex. It deals damage when you move away from it or if you're right next to it. Otherwise, it really doesn't move. Blink Beetles, which will cause arcs to happen between them or other Blink Beetles or metal items on the ground. So they can kill you by just being in the area, which is awesome. Chucker. It finds items, it throws them at you, which will put them in your inventory. If there's no item, it will go and find one. So you can use one to literally have it throw items at you and find items. So it's a double-edged sword, which is funny. Scrap Item, or Scrap Bug, hides under item. Performing Doll, which if it sees you, it will start singing. And if you leave while it's singing, it will get mad and track you down. Totally Not Argonian Maids, which will dance and lure you in. Otherwise, it will then it will start stabbing you with a spear. Vampires move around as mist. Balloon Golems, I think we talked about before. Static Cats, because the cat kills you by just being friendly, and I find that hilarious. Roach is one that I like, because it's dumb. It's actually immortal. When it kills you, it will just make a dead roach tile, which is probably going to be a filth tile or something. And after so many turns, it will flip back up and be a fully healed roach. It's kind of dumb. It also adds a funny little interaction, because it means the janitor can clean it up. And that's kind of hilarious to me. Just a bit of sip. Greed Monkeys will stay food tiles away from you until they have a group, and then or you have a certain amount of value on you, then they will attack you. Taunting Cobalt, which will stay just out of range of you. I don't even think it should attack. Like, maybe it should throw a stone or something, but it should be like, basically, it won't attack, it'll just kite you around the entire map. Living Statue, which is going to be a statue enemy that hides in a statue room, so it's going to be a very special spawn type. Silverback Hulk, it just goes around the dungeon. If you do anything in its view, it will start attacking you. Door Mimic, what it says on the tin. Door Orc, blocks door unless you drop meat or gold in front of it. Zombie, it makes filth tiles when hit. It could spawn limbs. I don't know if I'll have it spawn limbs. Wind Up Toys is another patrol type that moves in like a group and will like wind each other up. I might drop half of that and just have it be like a little group of things that move about and patrol the room. Giant worm is a multi-tile creature, so may not happen, but it's in here in case. Bear armor, Freddy Fazbear. Killer mimics, what it says. Killer vine, which is vines that just hurt you when you're next to it. Overly helpful fairy will pop you with healing. Meat beast just makes a bunch of blood and has more attack for the more blood tiles it's sitting on or around it. Mud golem just leaves filth around and moves around. Mundane goblin. Magic effects do not happen around it or to it. Damper goblin. It wears a suit. I'll probably have it drop the suit. It has high stats unless there's filth or blood near it. And then it has like a magic spell to clean it. I'll probably have the player have that magic spell as well. It'll be a spell on a wand, but yeah. Trespasser hands. Master hands. That will drag you to the start portal area. Ninja goblin. The more ninja goblins there are, the more stats it increase. Which has a funny effect as if you clear out a group of ninja goblins, they get stronger. Swarm bugs, which is the inverse, sorry, which they totally don't look like zerglings, and they deal more damage the more of them there are around. And they can randomly spawn, turn into an egg, and then spawn 2 more. Mirror, we'll use items we'll have the item, use the item you currently have, so if it has a targetable wand, it's going to drop a spell on you. If you have a piece of trash in your hand, it's not going to do anything. But you can walk up and, you know, smack it. Mad Barter will wave an item around and want you to drop an item to trade. If you don't, it'll throw magic attack potions at you. Thornseed Pod spawns the killer vines. Leech, which becomes in 2 forms, a small leech. And then it goes around. If it finds like blood, it'll turn into a large leech. And then it does more damage. Oil Sprite leaves filth as it moves, and if you attack it, you can drop your weapon. And if you use fire on it, they explode. Ice spiders skate around the room. Screaming Skull, you can't drink potions because you scream with them if you see them. Spiders, they do what spiders do. Hot-blooded Hulk, which is pretty much a meat monster that splatters blood around that erupts into flames when it hits the ground. Pyro goes around fighting scrolls, that's a wood object, and it casts a fire spell on them. Or throwing spells. Electric land eels, because they needed to cover all the elements. And they will move 4 squares away from you because they're very slippery. The pen turtle, which is more of a joke enemy as a fodder class. Because I need to have fodder. There's going to be lots of enemies and you can't avoid them all. And it's going to walk into straight lines till collision, and then it's going to turn left or right, and then keep going. A spawner. So this is one that's kind of a dumb joke. I've always had the thought of creating a... So you know Gauntlet. The old games, like the really old NES Gauntlet, where it has a spawner and they spawn junk, and then you're supposed to cut through it to kill the spawner and keep like moving on in weird ways. I've always wanted to make a Gauntlet roguelike, because it literally has a health clock. As far as you know, it's all procedural generated because there's like 100 maps on one thing, and sometimes you randomly go to maps. But making a roguelike where basically you have very limited range, and there's like literal spawners that just spawn really dumb enemies. That would be an interesting one to go with. But yeah, it spawns, it basically fills around it with fodder enemies, and fodder enemies don't obey like line of sight and will just track you down if you're within range of... Either it'll track you down if you're in range of it, or if you're in line of sight of them. The Midas Hand, which it'll be interesting. Like I could have it like it hits you and it turns an item you have it like into a gold bar or whatever, or you can have it gild your item, which just like increases the value. So you might want to be hit by it, to turn like crap items into good items. But yeah, this is a dumb one. Tube men. Wacky inflatable tube men. If you see them and you do an action, there's a 1 in 8 chance you move towards them. Otherwise, they have random walk and low aggro range. So they're not really threats, except they interrupt every action and you like walk towards them, so you might have to fight them. Item swarm. This one might be dropped because it might be really hard to set up, but I could set something up with a vector list or like just an array of things. An entity that animates items and can use them at any time. Items float around in real time to show how screwed you are. Like, that's actually not a hard ask, because I could just look at like the item swarm list and see what items are on there. And then I could just like draw sprites of them just moving around if the thing is visible. Use them at any time. Like I guess it could use targetable items. It could just randomly select. Or otherwise it'll just like use them in a melee attack if it can. It'll be interesting. I think it can be done. There's a hard way to do it and an easy way to do it. The easy way is just only one of them at a time. The hard way is to have literally an axis array, an array of vectors that I can look at to see what the current item swarm is. Frost wolves, they deal cold damage, and ice tiles that will work like good old ice things. Giants that I seem are going to be a pain to program, but I think it'll be interesting to have like a 64 by 64 enemy that kind of goes around the map. Excuse me. Map Eater, which I talked about at length, and I can't spell, but I'm not going to edit it right now. It eats your explored locations, and then if it eats enough of an explored cell, it will flip it over to be a new one. Hiver, which are totally not aliens and will mutate the walls and then hide in them because they're in the walls. Glue slug, which will glue things, can be implemented by like everything gets a glue flag, so the cats can be covered in glue. You can be covered in glue, but it'll go away the second after like it tries to you interact by trying to move or you like try to pick it up. Portal Fey, this is the one that's going to be weird. There's like two ways I can implement it, and I don't like either one of them. One is it just makes a portal that warps you to another next to another random portal when you touch it. And the other is like the portals actually have linkages between each other. I don't know. Bouncers, when they attack you, they'll throw you in a random direction from them. I've kind of done this before, and it had in last year's, and it has the greatest effect of like slowly tracking you as you go across the room or the entire map if you're lucky. This is a fodder one. It's a dungeon thing. Will attack you if you're within like 3 squares of it. Otherwise, it just sits there. Only spawns in dungeons. Yeah, but like the dungeon isn't that big, and it's like it should annoy you. And technically, you can just keep going in portals in and out until you get to the one you want. And technically, your home base portal is one of them it can get to. Yeah, but technically all areas are accessible, so it's not like really that much. And it should be kind of annoying and kind of risk, because that's what all this is about. This is totally not a Plants vs. Zombies thing, but it's an outside enemy that doesn't move and has a pure ranged attack. So it's annoying, but you can go with it. Undead Chicken. It has no pathfinding. It just moves erratically because it's missing its head. I literally might just make that as the first enemy because, yeah. Randbat, which only moves on dungeon tiles. It has a 2 in 3 chance to move towards you, and it might randomly move twice. Giant Flea will gain 1 HP when it attacks you. When it's at half life, it runs away because it's a giant flea. Sloth Golem moves every other round, high defense, not outstanding damage. Dummy Enemy, which is just a random walking scarecrow, which I might implement first because that'd make it even more funny. Magic knows if a magic effect happens, it teleports right next to it. Drager. An enemy that will capture you from distance and drag you to its nest, where it just leaves you alone. All it wants to do is just drag you to its nest. Creeping trees that make twisted root tiles. And it can like move in the twisting roots or whatever. Doesn't do much beyond that. Big hand cobalt. When it attacks you, you can't move. Dupe bee kit, which are bees that summon other bees when you attack them. Crimson moss, just another sort of hazard that spreads to other blood tiles. You can only attack adjacently. Blade traps, literally Legend of Zelda enemy, where it just moves horizontally or vertically until it hits something. In which case it will bump it off and like switch places with it after it does damage. Skinwalker, because you got to have the deer. It wanders around as a deer until you get close enough that it changes into a horrible monstrosity that will hunt you down for the rest of the map. Land squid, at half health it squirts ink, making you blind for a few turns, and that is all 101 current enemies. I am hoping to get 50 in here, so I'm spoiled for choice. I'd like to do 30 a day, but time constraints. I have a lot of ideas in there, a lot of high value ones, so I'll be happy if I get like most of these high want ones, and then a plethora of other ones. Like Hero Goblin is really easy to implement, because I just have to go, hey, are you Hero Goblin? Okay, you parry the basic attack. And then I can have one-off interactions for other things based on, like, maybe if you throw a potion at a slime, at a potion slime, it will just, like, suck it up. And if it already has a potion, it, like, pops it out next to it. And I have, like, weird little interactions like that that nobody will know unless they do really weird things. But yes. Also, I'd really love if I could have this spitting pea plant. If I could have it attack zombies. Like Undead Chicken or, Zombie. Because that'd be funny. But I'll have to see how I get pathfinding working and if I can get enemies to it. Like, I can always get enemies to attack other enemies as long as I have all the player entity and the enemy entities be the same thing and run the same formula of everything when it goes through it. Make the basic bump verb of, when I say bump verb, I'll actually pop it up in here. I mean something like, I'll put it here for a second, but like literally void bump attacker defender, and then it just goes through all there as per usual. And it doesn't matter if the player is attacking or the enemy is attacking, though I will have stuff that will care about player, because player has to look at the what's currently equipped to be used as a weapon. Okay, I think I'm going to stand up for a second, glug a bit of water before we get started on this, so I will be right back. I mean, like, when we get started is like in an hour still, but I should get a little more water in me before we get to that. And I am back. Also brought some trash out, because probably should have done that. Also some thinking on yesterday, because if enemies take about 10 to 15 minutes to implement, they won't. And I have 100 enemies. 101. At worst case scenario. That's how many minutes it'll be. So it's, or that's how many minutes it'll be. How many hours is that? That's probably half the tire. That's half. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a little nervous for this one. I don't know why. That is about half the time of the entire thing. That said, that is a proper use of time for this, because it is all based on the enemies being weird and strange. So we'll see how this works out. If I do get every enemy in here, I will be ecstatic. If I get 75% of them, same. But I don't expect it. Because I have done in the past, I have gotten like 50 enemies, but I didn't do sprites for them. And every enemy had a gimmick on it, but they weren't extreme and weird as this one, as I am planning to have for this. Also, this is open office. I don't have... Technically, I could get Excel on here, but I don't want to. The only thing I have a problem with is that I can't make a... I can only have 3 conditionals per sheet, which is weird. And I like to have my conditionals. I forgot if it was a podcast or if it was like some course that I looked into. But like it had brought up the concept sorry, I'm thinking. The concept of paper. Paper development. Where pretty much you literally make paper models to work through how a game should work. So like literally a roguelike, you would make dungeon tiles, put them down, and then move the thing around and have like your enemy like literally... You play like a tabletop. And part of that in like balancing is literally doing math hammer on spreadsheets. So that you can make quick changes and just reference that. But, yeah. Don't know how well it'll work with roguelikes. For standard RPG combat, yeah, all the time use it. Yep, just stalling for time. 45 minutes. It's going to be painful. No, I think I'm well set for this. Boop. That's not on top. Like, is this doing 32 by 32 glyphs? Room. Yeah, it's doing glyphs of that, and the sprite, or the font sprites are 16 by 16. This I'll probably change up. We'll see how it goes, though. Having basic animations be like one offset of it is a good idea. Though I probably need to make a proper... No, I could just make a function. I can make a function to update a square or SQL or SDL2 square to properly orientate itself on a map through everything, and then that'll be fine. I think I kind of have that already. Yeah, I already have that, so I'm fine with that. No, I need to fix that so that it wraps around it, and I'll need to put like an updated here of like glyph sheet width, and then I can assume it has an infinite height because I can just keep adding to the bottom of it to extend it. Which I have done and it works. I don't quite like it, but I don't even think I use Chrono. Why is that in there? Anyways. No, I have a glyph sheet width. Yeah, that lives there. Does that live over here? Yeah, there it is. Glyph sheet width. Yeah, so everything's fine. Ugh. I might have entities live at having a XY value for where they are, just so I can simplify things. I could make it be just a standard index, but yeah, I might want to make it be a standard index, and then I can just, well, when it's set up, so many ways I could go. And I should keep it consistent if I don't want stuff to explode too badly. Well, we'll see. It will be completely slapdash because that is the only way I work. We are working Extreme Horse Go. There is literally no way around it. And Extreme Horse Go is somewhere between a joke and the reality. It was because I don't know how true it is, but it was said it was the programming paradigm of Brazil. I don't believe it. But it, how to put it? Generally in programming, there is an assumption you know what you're doing, and you're trying to be as responsible as possible when maintaining the code, updating the code. You put in doc strings, you put in comments, you put in stuff that you can refer to later as like, why the heck does this function exist the way it does? And then like you're supposed to sometimes quantize it so that you can work within a corporate structure such as a sprint, where like, hey, everything needs to be done in like 2 week chunks. Extreme Horse Go says we don't care about any sort of maintenance, we don't care about any time frame, we get code done as fast as possible. If it compiles, it's done. If it works, you don't touch it. And any attempt to make any structure in here will fail because the rest of your team can make fast, bad code that functions and does what it needs to at the current time at a rate faster than you can fix it or make things properly. And the joke is also that all Extreme Horse Go projects will fail. So it's a self-defeating thing, but it's a liberating process. Also, I'm out of soda, so give me 1 second. Okay. The soda for the day is Code Red Zero Sugar. Good stuff. Half hour to go still. I could just start on this, but I don't want to. I think I do have chunked out here places I could just insert things. Like, quite literally, all of the game is probably running through this section right here on how to do things. And I need to add a use key, a drop key, and a pickup key. Code Red is literally just Mountain Dew with cherry flavoring. And probably a lot of artificial coloring. Yeah, down here I have all the stuff I need. I'll need to clean up how characters work. I do have items on here. I'm not going to edit this to put in placeholders yet, but yeah. Also, I should put more of the tear down here. I don't know if I'll get actual sound into the game. It'd be nice. Yeah, Stitch Field doesn't exist anymore. And I had a thought of how I'm actually going to... One second. Boop. So this is still from last time. It is rendering the entire map at once. I probably don't want that. That said, it's rendering it real fast, so I might not care till later. But the stitching system is working well. I just want it to be bigger rooms, which may be to my detriment. And the animation is working fine. So I just kind of need a little, this standard sort of like squat and raise animation for every single entity, and then like bump to attacks and special things I could do with like just slight movements of like move down, move back, move left, move right. And then special things I could just put like a little casting animation above them or something. Or for like range attacks, I could have a little tiny sprite that moves between it. Flood fill still works, which is good to see. Tiles are bad though. They weren't going to be good. They were just made to get through here. Oh well, it's a placeholder. Okay. And I'm going to move it to the center of the screen right now. But assuming this moves at like, 32. Yeah, 32 at a time. Might be a little jarring, might not be. Dragon Quest had like little transition between things. I'm not sure if the original one did. Because the original Dragon Quest was kind of that was before Final Fantasy. And there was only one type of sprite. They didn't even have directional facing. It was just literally you look down because that's what old Ultima did. And you had to go into a menu to say which direction you're going to interact with something with. Yeah, really old things. I can cheat. I'm going to probably just have a vaguely right-facing sprite, and then when you look move the other way, it'll just have a flip tag on there, so it knows to flip the sprite. So at least I have left and right directionality. I won't have up or down one, because, yeah. And then it's only going to be movement in cardinal directions. I say as I try to make it move diagonal by smashing 2 buttons at the same time. Which kind of works. Yep. I'm just going to roll this a few times, see if it crashes. I have a lot of comments in there. Let's, I should, well, I'll copy this over on top of my other one afterwards for the basic stuff. Yeah. Flood fill. Is the stitching in here? Let me just run that again. You can't see it, but I have a debug console that pops up when I run this. I think that's, yeah, that's the random walk. That should be all in here. I have all those... Oh, wait, I didn't recompile this. That's why. Boop. Oh, and it's going to yell at me because I have the file open. Yep, there we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Much faster. There's some more in here. I'll clean these out because tactically it doesn't matter. It's just junk left over. What other one is in there? We have post. Let's look for value. That's fine. Value? There we go. Update small grid connection. Close this down, recompile it. Get rid of some of the junk in there. I have an idea of how I'm going to do. Yeah, that's like instant now. There's still some junk going in there, but it's instant now. The main bottleneck was outputting to standard out. It's always funny when that is the bottleneck because it has to update standard out. Just going to keep running this until I run out of time. Oh, this is a big one. Like, there's no variance on this, but the system works. Like, one thing that I don't have to deal with is, like, having a sane layout for, hey, let's have players try and get to the other side of the map, because it's all about exploring as much of the map as possible and picking up items and bringing them back to the starting location. Or bringing them, like, to an area so that you could, like, pick them up bring them to the starting location. I might get 2 or 3. Oh, this one's interesting. Because the start is like right here, and then it just, like, you know, walks around, and then comes back on itself until enough rooms are filled. And in the full version of this, it'd be like also putting in like chests and stuff, or like enemy groups possibly. We'll see how that goes. Like, how it would be going, I think. Just thinking on this. Is this on top? That's on top. Is that it'll be basically starting down here. Because, we have a bias to either choose to go up or down. I mean, I suppose I could start at the top, because all our GUI is going to be, like, at the top, so natural inclination to go down. So let's say like that. And then it will do its random walk until it fills up so much of it. And then we have these special rooms that we will go like, hey, can we put a special room right here that is connecting down? And it finds a place like it goes, oh yeah, connect down. And then it puts like, you know, interesting loot and enemies in there. Or connects up, whatever it may be. And then we just go like that, and then like... What Diablo also did was that it would find rooms that like have like these connections, and then like go, okay, you meet the requirements, we take this out, we put in a special room. It's a interesting system. Like how I'm going to go about it is quite literally, I'm just going to be editing ASCII and arrays that are poorly formatted to look like the rooms, and I'm just going to be changing stuff from 0 to 1. I don't know how I'm going to do enemy placement, because enemies I might just have to place manually. But we'll see. I mean, I could do dumb stuff like literally segment the So these could be map bits, and then these can be enemy bits. And like to read the enemy data, you just move this over 4 and then read it like a normal bit to say like I want enemy 7. So this would be like that. But it'd be like a huge number in like the generation system of like what the tile data is. Could work. I'll think about it. Or I could at least have like groups of enemies, like this is fodder enemy that could be anywhere. This is an enemy that can only be inside. This is an enemy that can only be outside. This is something else. I don't know. I'll see on day 2. And excuse me for 1 second. Getting a bit of sinus stuff, and I'm going to take something for that, and hopefully it won't be an issue. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. Now then, we have 20 minutes left. I'm just talking about stitching right now, how we worked in Diablo 2 for generating the maps. And I think I'm going to have a heck of a time for it. I'll keep that up for a second. Basically, what I think I'm going to need to do is for each one of them, I'm going to need to make an array of arrays, and then just have the map data put out like this for each direction it's going to be. It's going to suck, but that's not today. Today is going to be for basic stuff, which will happen in 20 minutes. Maybe I start early, maybe I don't. I'm really chomping at the bit to start running this. But yes. Actually, I should kind of think about how I want to do sprites. I did have up, I'm partial to thinking of wanting to do this, but this is maybe not the most in theme. They're kind of round and fat, which works for, well, the merchant. God. I never even touched that game. I'm not even going to get up to this quality of, like, items on there, but... I don't even know if I have getting over it. I probably do. Oh, this is actually interesting. So this is the same... I'm pretty sure I'd have to really check. But I think this is the same tile used over and over again. But the color palette is changed to drop it down a bit. Yeah. Though I'm not going to this high fidelity. I don't have 4 hours to put onto a single tile type. Though that said, I do like how it has the edges just darker, so it creates the tiles without having the tiles. It's kind of lost over here, but oh, actually, this might be the lowlights, and they plop on highlights on top of it. Aren't they releasing a new game? Or were they just involved with another thing, like some music game? I forget. I haven't checked up on it. This one doesn't quite have it on there. Does it have it on the edges up here? Well, I can't tell. It's literally... yeah. But very, very slight edges for that. Anyways. I mean, I can load up the art assets I currently have. Which is the base tile map, which I think is in that, and I have the test character one. Oh, they're 16 by 16. I'm pretty sure they're 16 by 16. That might need to change. Test character is not 16 by 16, but these are. Yeah, they are, because I was looking at that and going like, oh yeah, that's double that. It gives me a lot more room to work with, but I'm used to more 16 by 16 sprites. So this will be interesting in a lot of ways. I want to go in there and code it right now, but I'm going to wait 15 minutes. Yeah, basically the first thing I'm going to do is get that to 32 by 32 tiles. Is this on top? It's on top. So the list is a little different. I'm just going to get the basic tiles and basic player sprite to start with. Then I'm going to have the displayed on screen, and then I'm going to get to GUI stuff, which I have discussed before. Now then, I think did I have all the things? I have like 5 areas. I think I wanted it to be 6. I could just cheat and look at how many planets there are in, you know, Lethal Company. But the main idea I had was the area would be like, here's all the portals. Here's where you sell your stuff. Here's where you can take a nap. And like, here's the door. We put a force field over it. You can't get out. So like, you sell down here. You have a bed here, which like burns a day till the next day, and you regain like all your health and stamina. And then like the portals sit here going to each thing, and like when you stand on it, it'll do like a little toast pop-up of what area that is. And then you go there and you come back and like it disables it until you rest. Or like for quote-unquote 24 hours. So you can't just like put your toe in, go over into the easy area, grab some item, come out, sell it, go back in, yada yada. Also, if we want to like do full stuff, we can also have the shop down here, where if you pick up an item, your like money goes down. What matters is like you sold the items to them and they gave you some commission back. And like this can have like basic things like health potions that are more than what you sell a health potion for. So you can't cheat that way. And maybe like a sword or something. But basic stuff that isn't really interesting, but will help you survive. Rocks that you can throw at enemies. That'd be a thing in there. But this is the basic idea for the game loop. Mild hub area, places you can go to and you can come back from. Maybe if I get really funny, I can have a secret one. If you find the secret portal thing, and it'll like put a portal down here to Gold World. I don't know. I don't think it'll happen. But it'd be funny. And that's what this is all about, is being utterly dumb in how I'm making this. Just 10 more minutes. I don't know how the proper corporation VTubers are able to rattle on and just, can we hit the hour already so I can put the merch up and move on with my day. But soon I can get this mess started and see how badly I do. Boop. Okay. No, I don't even think I would turn on that stuff. As I said before, the main point of this channel is to advertise that I can do VTuber models and pixel work and all that. And the rest is just keep me doing stuff when I don't want to do it that week. That is the whole point of this channel. It is a means to the end, which is generally how I work on things. I'm going to have to code this map. Oh. Well, I could probably make it in the Stitch. Oh, that's going to be so dumb. No. It's the most important part, and I just realized it's going to be a pain because it's going to not be dynamic and it's going to have special triggers and do all... No. I can hard code crap, though, and make it slightly better. Egg. Because this has, as I said, you step on this and then it has a trigger to show the toast, and you step on this and then it puts you into that world, and I can turn that off. Oh. I've kind of done this before, but it's a pain in the butt to do. Unironically, because it works against the rest of the systems I try to put in here. Oh well, I'll live. Crap, I should put that on the list. On the schedule. I'm going to have that as a 2 points. It's going to suck. And it should be technically higher on it. Let's make you green. Not that it matters, but it helps me. Crap. I did not even think about it. I got tunnel vision. I'm like, oh, I'm going to do all the fun stitching stuff, and it's going to be hard to do that. Haha, but it'll be fun. I didn't think of the stupid default world that doesn't do anything. Okay. 8 minutes. I thought I had 5 minutes left. Oh well. Just going to Zen. Okay. Do I have anything up? No. So we have our constants, we have our tile map, we have our sprite. I might have to make an enemy AI module, I don't think, just to separate stuff, which shouldn't be too hard. The real thing that I'm going to have a problem with is pathfinding, which I don't know if I should assign a vector, if a vector of points should be involved in that, or if I should, actually, how did I do that for the flood fill? Let me take a look at that. Flood fill. So I have a vector. Oh, no, I just did indexes. That'll be fine. I mean, all the maps are going to be consistent and it'll help better. I should really make a map to index. Well, I can't make an index to map without using point vectors. Or, I mean, structs. Translation ruins everything. One second. 5-minute timer. Okay. I have a 5-minute timer set up. It'll annoy me in a minute. Also just closing out stuff in the background. Oh, and taking a look at the article as I close it down. NetHack might have been part of the inspiration, but I'm not quite sure on that. 1987. Well, it fits the time frame, but it follows more Rogue than NetHack. Though NetHack having everything coded does fit in there more, but either way, I want a code. I don't know why I'm being such a stickler, but I want 11 o'clock to be how it works. Let me just comment a bit of it out. You know, I haven't thought of a name for this. I mean, Rogue Company is how I'm going with it. Maybe I'll keep it like that. But it's more like the fluff to it is you've been captured for suspect of stealing something, so you have an outrageous debt to pay. And therefore the wizards have bought off your debt and you go and do stuff. I don't know how I'm going to actually do the... Because Lethal Company loop is that you keep doing this until you like literally can't pay off your debt anymore. Don't know if I'll do the same or if I'll do it after that. Yeah. I'm thinking like there's an ultimate one you can go off of. Like one thought I had is that literally they just send a monster to kill you after you paid off your debt because reasons. And if you can kill it and get to like the exit, you win. Otherwise, haha, funny. But yes. Okay, might as well change this. As we got 2 minutes. Also, I picked a bad time because I'm probably going to be ordering pizza at noon. The question is, do I want Little Caesars or do I want Pizza Hut? Or do I want to be sane and, like, go through groceries? Either way. Or leftovers. Oh, it's almost time. Almost time. Just waiting for that beep. There we go. Close it down and let's begin. Alright, so with that, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the tile width. I'm going to have a specific one down here. Int tile width equals 32. Int tile height equals 32. I'm going to camel case. I'm going to snake case. I program in Python. I don't care. And I'm going to go into this sheet and I'm going to change it to be room. Okay. For now, I'm just going to do load palette. Whoop, that's not what I want. I want... This is the one I want. No, I want the default. Load default. You know, I should have had a timer on screen. Anyway, so thought I've had is that all these are going to be block tiles because I'll want to have a little bit of differentiation between areas. But anyway, I'm going to have that just be this dark gray. And just for now, this will probably become the dungeon tile later. But I am going to have outside tiles, so I'll need to make grass. But for now, we have that. Okay, we have that. Now, let's go about updating the rest of the system. So, map render... Whoop, that's not the right thing. Tile width, tile height. I think that should be the proper setup for it. Go into here. Yep. Okay. And I compile it, and that should be black and white now. Well, dark gray and white. Alright, so we're hitting that. Boop. I'm in the wrong files, or folder structure. Go up. Run it. There we go. Yep, they're the same size as that. Everything's fine. Okay, and because we're going to have a tile in the center, we're going to have it be +8, or no, -8, -8. And I'm going to render the player at screen width divide by 2 -16. Screen height divide by 2 -16, and this should be directly in the middle. There we go. We're a little off. That looks like... If I get rid of the -8 on this thing, will it fix it? I doubt... Oh, it should have been -16. That's why. It's supposed to be half over, not a quarter over. Do you fix? Almost there. Up and down might be fine. So if I get rid of the -16 on Y, everything will be fine. Boop. And there we go. There we go. So we have 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's go down. So we have 1, 2, 3 going up. We have 1, 2, 3.5 going this way. 1, 2, 3.5 going this way. So we are on the styling for... Sorry, for mystery, or the original Mystery Dungeon as displayed on the NES. I kind of like it. Probably not the best. Oh, we have that. Okay, let's go in and make a basic player sprite. So let's pop this up. Let's go into here. And we had, oh yeah, we had it like this. Okay. So let me load my basic palette. Load default palette, not that palette. Boop. And it's got to be orange. We got to be orange. We got to be high saturation orange. We're going to be Little Thief Guy with a tunic. So we're going to have it be directional. So here's facing right. And then we have like this. And what is the, he has that little backpack on him. Also, I think I saw one guy pop in here for a while, but I was like, being frustrated on not starting yet, and he's gone now, so I apologize. Apologize to the person who left. So we have this. We can have the little thing like this. This makes it look more, Let's give him a cap. A darker brown cap. That. I mean, we could give him a mask. That's a question. Human character now. No time to decide. Let's just go with human. Black hair or something. Scruffy hentai protagonist look. And then inside of cloak. Let's drop that down a step. 64. 41. Boop, boop. Go like that. Boop. We have this. Then we can have, that doesn't look much like anything. We'll just have it be one strap because I don't have enough stuff for that. And then we can have a brown belt. You need to be scruffy. That. And I don't know. Blue pants. We can make that 3 wide. We're going to work with a square brush for this. There we go. Boop. And have like little dangly bit here. And copy it over. Make this flare out a little bit by having it move up this and over one. Put like that. Make it rounder. Cut off edge of this. Cut off edge of this. Have them dip down like 2 pixels. Or move up 1 pixel. 1 pixel up. Have this squish, so move this down 1 and like move this out a proportional amount. Okay, save this out. Let's see how it looks in Engine. We don't even need to change it, recompile it, because it's just a text edit. There it is. Wow, that was a far way over. Oh yeah, we're still moving at 16 a point. Those top pixels are not good. Oh yeah, because he's moving up, therefore it's squishing. So we need to either have that move up or squish 2 pixels. We'll have it squish 2 pixels. So this can move down like this. And we'll round it out like so. Oh, it's just loading sprite files. I don't need to like think too hard about it. all it's doing is it's calling indexes and it's just loading them up. That's the one like real main thing with sprite-based game is that you just load them in. Now it's just kind of extending too much. I think I'll just wiggle it left and right a little bit. So this can like move over and down, and then this I can go like that. We get an extra pixel down here. Doesn't matter. All this is a placeholder, but I don't want to waste too much time, but it needs to be enough to show. Now that part isn't moving. Yeah, I'm just moving it down. Once again with head replacement. Copy. The cloak can do most of the work. Paste. I'm fiddling. I mean, I could do something silly like he rotates. At like 2 pixels. And therefore, this moves over like... one, 2, and therefore this moves back 1, 2, 1. This can move in 1. It doesn't need to make sense. And this can move over 1. It's a rogue on the lookout. Okay, I've wasted 13 minutes doing this. Must be faster. Okay. So that works. Let's go for a higher size of map. I think, what's the current size? Let me just look into this. Our current map size is 42 by 24. Can I get away with this? Pound define map width is that. Pound defined. This is a, I think it's technically a macro. Effectively, it replaces everything after this. Like, this will become this in memory. Which is why I don't have the trailing on it. So what happens when I run this? Does this work? Yeah, you don't like that. Okay. Do I appease you C++ gods? Okay, you're happy with that. So I said 80. Let's try 80. And this can be 60, so it can be in rooms of 8, there is 10 across. And in rooms of 8 is 40 plus 20. Yeah. 8 8 times 8 plus 2. I'll get the number later. I'm just eyeballing it. I want to see if Floodfill just throws a fit on this. Okay, it didn't throw... Okay, now let's run it, see what it does. It didn't like that. What didn't it like about that? Okay, on command line, I'm going into the folder so I can see what it looks like when it dies. It flood-filled, but then it died. Okay. Mysterious. Okay, I'm going to debug hell. Okay, standard cout start. And L. And it gets down to here to render map, render player. Alright, now we compile this. Okay, it gets to render map and it dies, as expected. So what about render map is going weird? So we go into sprite render, render map. Render map start. Index is equal to current I can't spell. There we go. Copy. Render to screen. Next. Now I will see if it explodes at a certain line, which means that I have some sort of mathematical error, which means that I'll have to do it. So running main.exe. Yeah, it gets to index 3060. That does not look like a power of 2. I'm going to have an out of max x times max y. Okay, let's run this again. I'm already squashing a bug in 7 minutes, or like under an hour. Yeah, there's supposed to be 5,412. And I ran that off the executable instead of outside of my command prompt, so I lost all log. Yeah, it's consistently hitting 3,304. It's not even getting to render screen. Passed. C map and revealed map. Is it dying because of C map? Map total should be... Okay, let's take a look. Scenery. Where do you get set up? You all get set. Well, let's see if it's dying at that, because maybe it is. So we compile it again. It gets past the C map and revealed map, so it's not there. That's interesting. So the only next one I could think of is get current sprite index. Okay, so compiled. I clear my screen. In Windows command prompt, CLS clears your screen. Very useful. It dies at this point. I forgot to put an end L in there. But the last line I see is past C map and reveal map. So this went fine. This is where it dies. And map array... And map array is set to map total. Can I do a size of? No, I can't because it's just a... C++ C size of array. Get the size of an array. Oh, okay. Okay, this is bizarre, but sure. Size of map array over size of map array 0. Wonderful, intuitive C++ things. Okay, let's just put that in there. Oh, oh. So that site lies. Maybe kind of, okay. So this is being set to map total. Okay, we have that. C++ prompt to continue. Oh my god, is it really that long? I've made the comment before, but sometimes C++ people get interested. Really, I could do it like that. I've never done that. Okay. Wop wop wop. Yeah, this is just literally taking some random code so that I can get a pause in there. Break line debugging. Okay, so I hit this. Alright, I gotta press enter to continue. I got a map size of 2,700 or 772. So I'm going further beyond that. What's going on? What is going on here? Let me pull out my calculator. By that I mean my Python IDE. And let me see. So map height is 82. 8 times 8 times 2 is equal to 128. That's a lot more than what I want for that. Okay. Or plus 2. 8 times 8 plus 2 is equal to 66. Let's do that. And 66 times 82 is 505,112. So it is correct on the other one. Then why is it saying map total at this point is this size? Also, excuse me 1 second. One sec, I have to find my headphones. Okay, they're there. Okay. So, something's going a little weird at this point. Just a bit weird. So map total is set there, but over here it's seeing a different number? Let me just... That doesn't make sense. Did I close it? I closed my command line. Gosh dang it. Okay. Windows, let me look at the actual window to get the... Yeah, there we go. I love it when it puts everything behind everything else when you cursor over it and select it. So yeah, it's saying map total is 2772. And then it gets to the end because it's saying it's supposed to do 5, 4, 12, which is the correct number. Am I not inheriting it? No, I'm inheriting it. What's going on here? This map total gets switched at some point because I have a rogue something and something. Okay, so back over here. Hello. Yep. I'm here to squish bugs. And the bugs are already squishing me because somehow something is being set to a different constant than what I have everything, and I see nothing else, actually. Actually, I'm going to make this a thing. I'm going to use it a lot. Where are you? I don't know what that was. I hope it wasn't important. There we go. So this is just a little debug thing. Fine, I'll call it here. Basically, I'm getting a bad number for oh. 1 second. Boom. Vroom. There we go. Oh yeah, I have to do the using... I have to get STD. It's why it burns when I compile. Alright, so we are running that. That ran fine. Let's run this again. And it's still saying that the map total is that. Interesting. I'm not looking... It's something side of my desk. Oh, there it is. Okay. It is the TV remote, which is to say it is my monitor remote. Alright, so... Okay, I'm going to take a look at what the values are for map width and height. What is it? Okay, it's... map height and endl. Because if it might just be something dumb, like I'm putting it in there wrong and I'm just calculating something wrong. It's not the first time. Okay, I'm going to clear the screen. You can't see it because it's my console. It's saying map width is 82, map height is 66. So what happens if we equal it to map width times map height? And then we have that out. Okay, I'm going to have a crash because... It's real fun that it can get way past the end of that. Okay, let's just compile one more time for fun because I might have not hit it. Okay, it's compiled. So, yeah, it says map with... Oh. Ah, yeah, that's why. Okay, that's... I put it down as 42. I did not update that. Okay. I can't see. Oh, I still have it open. Let me hit the enter button a few times. I updated the thing, but because I was trying to do trickery, I did not actually update the second part. Because it doesn't like me using stuff in there at compile time. It's kind of dumb. Okay, let's get rid of the debug. Room. Why don't you put checkpoints in here? Breakpoints. Because I'd have to hook it into this, and I'm barely functional in C++ programming, so I'm not going to bother. Pause is going to come in handy. Okay. Hit that. Okay, now we have a huge map. Except I'm moving like 16 by 16. So I could probably go down for a while and I won't see the bottom. Actually, I should fix a pixel or two on that cloak because it's going up, therefore it should like disappear from between legs. Okay. And get rid of the render player because these are annoying and they're coming out at 60 times a second. Okay. Run this again. There we go. Okay. The next part is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to change this to be so I have these be 5 by 5. They're now 8 by 8. And let's say 6. So 8. And this should automatically work because I was using the variables as reference for everything. So I should now have 6 by 4 rooms, and I might want to do a little bit of fiddling. There we go. Look at it. It works. This is creating automatic stitches, so they aren't the best, but this is palatable. The flood fill is doing fine. Okay. You know what? Let's have it be 10 by 10, or yeah, 10 by 10, so I can get an 8 size room, and it could be. Let me do some math here. So 8 times 8 plus 2, 66. 10 times 8 plus 2 should be 82, yeah. I'm not trusting my math. I am turning off as much auxiliary thinking as possible for maximum code. If I don't have to think of it and I have to add 1 plus 1 in a Python shell, I will do that. Okay, now these are going to be even bigger. So let's see how it looks to have instantly goes through in that. Now, this isn't the most dense setup. But how big does a room look? Well, this is a little weird going this way. Did I mess up something? Oh, I said that they're 6 tall. Okay. Yeah, once again, I didn't fix that. I can fix this. Okay. Okay, so this is a room. I don't like how it's not off. We should go with odd number of rooms, because we're going to see 6 across. It's going to look like this. So we're in the center of this room. Yes, let's make it 1 larger. So these are now 11. 12. And there's going to be 8 down, so 11. You know what? Let's keep it at. No, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so 11 times 8, so 88 plus 2, which is 100. No, which is 90. 11 times 8 plus 2. Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't update this. Ooh, that might have actually been the reason why things looked weird. And the only reason this works is because I have it automatically make the rooms when stitching. I need to find one that's going down. Okay, so we have this. These two are joined like this, so this is like a big hallway. This would like either be cut in half or something. Okay, no, I don't like this, so I want it to fit on screen, so these should be, yeah, it should be 8 by 8. It should either be 8 by 8, or it should be 7 by 7 or 9 by 9, so I can have an actual center of the room. I'm going to go with 9, so that you can see, you'll always see one edge of the room. Alright, so 9 times 8 plus 2, 74. 74. And these are now 9 by 9. Because you're losing 2, so these are actually 7 by 7 of walkable space. And then 92. That isn't that big. The flood fill isn't having problems. It's not a fully open space, but it's pretty open. Okay, let me find... Okay, yeah. Like right here. You're walking in the middle of the room. You can see both edges of it. You can move over there. So, let's bump up the left to right by 2. And I think it'll be good. So it's going to be 11 this way, and they're kind of really squished going up and down. It's 11 times 10, 110 plus 2. Yeah, okay. This is more art than feel right now. Art than science. And let's increase this to be about 8 by 6. 8 times 6. Why don't you like that? Okay. Sometimes my IDE hates me. Okay, let's see if flood fill craps itself yet. It has not crapped the bed. I can't find it. There you are. This is clearly a top thing. Okay, I'm going to move this 32 by 32 so that I'm not so confused about why things aren't there yet. Okay, so now we're going to be moving on the tiles. Okay, there we go. So this is the left edge of the room, and we move right, we're still in the room, move again, then we're going outside the room. Because we get the 2 from extending. If these were actual, like, hallway type things, we'd have, like, divots down like that. So the rooms are plenty big. Yeah, like, see right there. That's where the edge is. So, like, here's the example. Like, oh, I'm at the bottom of the room. I'm in the middle of the room. Now I'm at the top of the room. I like that. Like, you can be surrounded by an entire room. That gives me a lot of stuff to noodle in there. I can make corridors. I can make big... Yeah, I like this. This is workable. I can make Diablo 2 styled rooms where actually the room is in the middle of this, and then we have, like, the hallways, like, merged down into, like, single couple points across, and everything's hunky-dory. Okay, I'm going to have the player flip. Is Entity on here today? I'm going to say that this is a 1. Why are you not updating? If I make these all 1s, will something update? Why is it an int? Let me cut that out for a second. So, 2 over 11. Oh, no, no, please. Please, please don't do that crap. Oh, yes, everything you type in as this is a date. It's not a number you want. God, I hate it sometimes. 2 over 11. Okay, anyways. That's just going to be a total of tracking. And I guess when this reaches like 5, 6, it'll turn to 1, which means it's okay. Whatever. Screen too big. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, Excel be like that. It's not actually Excel, it's Open Office, but it's probably cheating to work like Excel. Anyways. So, in there I updated some things. Let's go back into this. And now I want to have flip sprites, what I really want to do in there. Enemy struct, yeah, let's just tackle that. We actually have basic. Player movement isn't implemented yet. What I should do first, though, this is going to be a stand-in for a second. player x equals 0 int player y equals 0 x player y, and then we get down here and camera equals player x minus screen width minus 16? Yeah. Divided by 2 minus 16? Yeah, that should be right. I'll be updating this with a struct later. Where's my render player? Oh, that's just rendering in the middle of the screen. It will be. It'll always be rendering in the middle of the screen. I don't need to do that anymore because I have this. Oh yeah, because camera's off screen. Okay. That's interesting. Let me just find a cell to hang out in. If I'll see if it's fine or not. Yeah, okay. It should, don't need to care about the offset there. It should just be literally. Yeah, because this is the edge of that, because I'm just printing everything at once. Oh, okay, so you're putting him... Okay. Interesting. However, player X is going to be times 32 times 32, and it's going to be just adjusted like that because it's going to be tile dependent. Yeah, should be easy to force. Okay, so it's tile dependent. Okay, and I want it when it goes through here and it starts the flood fill. So where's the flood fill? Start X. Player X equals start X. Player Y equals start Y. Okay, so this is perfectly fine. Nothing's bad. Hopefully the start X isn't like off. Okay, so we have that. Do I have basic is wall set up in tile map? Is wall can move. I don't think I have it. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Bool is wall. And we will pass in an int array of map array, map total, int x, int y. And we will return map array x plus y times map width divisible by 16 equals 0. And because I don't know rules about modulus in C++ arithmetic, I will do it like that. Are you not? Oh, wait, that's not the right thing. I need to use it. Square brackets. Okay. Now I have to wait for my IDE to realize that it's proper text and stop squiggling me. Okay, that compiles. What I needed to do, though, is in here when I do when I update player X, I need to check if it's possible. If is wall map grid. What do I call it? Why am I so bad at names? Map array. It is map array. Player X plus move X to give me my offset, and then player Y plus move Y to give me my offset. If that is wall, do bupkiss. Else, move me. Because I like to move it. Okay. So we move that. Boop, boop. Now we have collision. Compile, clear screen. Okay, I'm offset by 1. I'm off by 1 in the Y direction. So it's rendering me at the bottom left corner. So what I need to do is just add 16 to camera Y. We'll see if this becomes an issue later, but I will deal with it for now. I just want basic move around. $32, not 16. What am I thinking? That would be neat, though, because I'm sort of at that. Also, I might want to shrink the player character by a little bit, because they should be human size, which might be around 24 by 24. I mean, I could take like 5 seconds to do that. Well, actually, he is a little shorter. He's not the full tile width. I mean, let's just shave a little bit off the legs. Let's give him some boots. We can even do something dumb like this. How is he, like, doing a shuffle and yet getting, like, a tile up? But, I know how we can do that. We can put this leg forward. And then we can use, okay, let's see how bad that looks. Once again, onto the breach. Look at that little roguey guy. He can't walk left. He can't lock up. Can he walk down past outside of bounds? He can't walk outside of bounds that way. Can he walk to the right? We'll see if he can walk to the right. He's going over here. He's oh, there's a right. Oh, he can't walk past it. Perfect. Now we have that. Later thing we'd have to add is doing it for entities. And we'll be fine there. Okay, so we have basic move around. I will definitely need to add variants to maps because you can get lost in the middle of this like this. So I'll have to have things to keep track of it, though I'm going to have more advanced maps than flat open rooms with only the walls in there. Walk around. Walk around. I think I'm going to move him up so he isn't on the bottom of the tile because that's a little sketchy in my mind. So let's move him up a pixel so he's off bottom. Oh, about 2 pixels. There we go. He's centered. He's hydrated. He's in his lane. Okay, let's run it again. Vroom. Yep, there we go. Now I want to have a flip. So before I do that, I'm going to make an entity class. I'm going to make it its own file. So we're going to make a new file. It is going to be entity.h because I am a terrible monster and I program everything inside of H files. Okay, so it's going to be a struct. It's going to be called entity. Is that how it goes? 1, 2. There we go. Okay. It's going to have a int x. It's going to have an int y. Int AI. Or int entity type. Enum entity type. Is it auto? Give me one second. Ah, nope, that's the wrong button. All is lost. Okay, let's open that up. C++, auto enum. I think that's the right thing I'm going to work for. I think that's the right combination, but I'm not sure. Enum declaration. I swear I've worked on it a little bit before, but I'm not sure about this now. Okay, Geeks for Geeks, that sounds fine. Blah, 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 blah. So I can literally just enum it, babe. Okay, it automatically does it. I don't have to put any more functions in there. That's fine. Let's move on. So enum 1, 2, player character. And then I put that down there because C++ is special. Okay, so we have that. So we have X, Y. We can move around. I'm going to have a bool visible. And I'm going to make a function down here that is going to generate a entity and return a base stat entity. Also, what I need on here is HP. Int max HP. Entity type. Int entity AI, or AI state. Int entity last move X. Int entity last move Y. We'll move that up there. This is very important for pathfinding. So I'm going to put it in there while I'm at it. Okay, so I have all that. Int entity C player range. This will come up in some of them. Visible will be, well, yeah. And we want to have ooh, okay. Bool face right, left. And we are going to make a entity default entity because I just do this. Entity out equals entity. No, actually I don't need to go that far because it's C++. Okay. So out.x equals 0, out.y equals 0, out.entity last equals 0, out.entity last move y. Actually, it could be -1. Yeah, sure. Out.entity dot h. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? HP equals 10. Out.8 max HP equals 10. This is just crudge. This is just basic trash. Int out dot no type. Is that allowed? Do I have to put a comma? Do I have to? Let me look that back up because I am terrible at remembering enums. Yeah, okay, I need to have a comma in there. So what this is doing is that it's making this 0, that's making this 1, making it 2. It's just, you know, it's making a standard I can call a name and match to, and I don't have to worry about it changing if I add other stuff into there. Unless I do silly things like require the top one to be 0. So out.entity type equals... Actually, if I'm going to snake case, I'm going to snake case. Let us embrace the snake. What was it? 18 inches of mesmer? Yeah. Okay. Let my Python shine through. Okay. Alright, all that faff is done. Let's update this over here so that we can move on. Boop. Whoops. And then we can just replace Y at the end. Of course I did that. Okay. Now we go into here and change it. Are you happy? You're happy. We're all happy here. Okay, and then we're going to have an entity... No, I think I just need to go... No type. Yes. Wonderful enums. Okay, out.face left is false. And out.visible is true. So now we're going to make a main character and we're going to assign it to be a player thing. Equal... Oh, yeah. It'll help if I actually import it. So let's import entity.h. And everything will be hunky-dory and happy. Look how happy it is. Now it's yelling about me on the other next line. So make default entity. And player dot entity type equals player character. And I spelled that wrong. Of course I did. Let's go over here. And we update that. And now instead of using player X and player Y, I can just use entity X and entity Y. So player.x equals start X, player.y equals start Y. And we could just expand the entity later to have more stuff if I need it, but I think most of it is going to be based off of its place in array, possibly. I don't know. I will see how it goes. So in here, let's look for all the delicious errors with player X. Lovely errors. You must consume more of them. Do I have it set up somewhere? I must be instantiating it. Player X. Okay. Into the Shadow Realm. Okay. Everything die? Don't know. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Something's terrible. Something's wrong. Oh, yep, okay. Return now. Crisis averted. Everything's fine. Nobody needs to get fired for that. Okay. That's working. We're going to need to update our sprite system in order to have flips on it because I know that's a thing. So render... Okay, what am I using? I think I'm using the animation one, which I'll be using for pretty much everything except for item tiles, I believe. Okay, so tile render animation, let's find you. Okay, and we're going to have flip. Bool flip equals false. Okay, we're doing SDL render copying. I think we're going to need to use something more powerful. SDL render copy. I think we're going to need the EX version of it. Unironically, we need the EX version of copy render. So looking into here, yep, copy render EX. Okay, what we can pass into there is a point. This also does rotates, and this also does that. So we'll need to pass nulls into there in order to avoid junk. But it will help us. It'll be a tool that helps us later. So, okay, we pass this into here. It yells at us because we don't have that. So we want angle 0, we want a null, and then we want flip. This is C++, so null yells at you. What? You don't like that? You're kidding, right? What is an SDL render flip? This should be a Boolean. Why? Oh, that's why. That is why, because it's a bitwise operator so that you can have, I'm going to do a funny. Flip times SDL. Flip horizontal. Nope, that doesn't work. That bitmask does not work. How do I do an inline if in C++? It's going to be question marks, isn't it? Yes, here we go. We're going with disgusting things. Look at this. Oh my god, look at how disgusting this is. Look at it and weep. Look at all that cognitive complexity sitting on that line. That's not what we want. Okay, everything's happy. If move x equals 1, that is greater than 0. I won't judge. Harshly. No, that's not the right one bracket I want. Player dot face left equals false. Else if move x is less than 0, we now have left facing players. Okay, we're going to run this. Terrible things are going to happen. It's compiling. I don't like that. That means something is working. Okay. Moment of truth. Oh, it doesn't face left. It moonwalks. Look at that. Because I didn't implement it. I made the function, but I did not actually pass through the player state. There we go. Because I had it as a default to false. Remember to actually update everything. Okay. He takes 2 steps right. Now he looks left. Oh my god, look at that. It's a left-facing player. Rare thing. And he flips back and forth. As he is confused with his life. He's in a procedural death game. And he knows it. Oh no! Is it? Sorry about that. Reveal part 2. Player face left. I forgot to close that down. I have too much crap open, but that is the way of programming. I only have one monitor for this too. It's a TV screen, but it's a monitor. And he can't go off. He can't go on a magical journey out of bounds. I can add stuff later for him switching between tiles. What am I at? I'm an hour in. What's my list look like? Yeah. I'm not even trying to make it look good, but it'll be a thing that I require later in it because it'll be integral to the main loop. But yeah, I'm not. This is day one. Let's see. I've settled on map size. I have the basic of this. Player movement is set up. The only other things I have is basic pathfinding and sound system. Actually, I won't say I have enemy struck completely made because I don't have pathfinding, which needs to be in there. That said, I am going to update the name of this file to be entity sheet. It's not going to be test chair. It's going to be entity sheet. I'm going to save that out. I'm going to go in here and change it from test chair to entity sheet. Looking nice, it can be difficult at times, and sometimes it will change how you work in this, but... Alright, back into here, because we changed the name, now it's entity sheet instead of test character, so we will name that be entity sheet. Okay. That's pretty good for 2 hours. Now I have, like, what, 6 hours left to do stuff? I need to order food, though. Today was going to be a little light, so it might be good that I get all this stuff out of the way. So yeah, I'm going to order food, and it's going to come here, and then I'm going to eat food on the side. So the dashes, that doors, which are going to charge me twice the price to have it arrive. And I'm going to get the greasiest pizza I could think of. I want to get breadsticks too, but they'll kill me. Oh, I'm going full on this. I am getting a stuffed crust pizza. And I'm going to get 2 marinara sauces. Then I'm going to eat ramen for the rest of the week. Okay. I've seen fine dining prices for a meal be less. Okay. Order has been placed. Alright. Room. Okay, so I have this. The next step would be pathfinding, which means I'm going to have to figure out how I want to do this. Do I want to do this as an... I think I want to do this as index-based because that'll work fine for everything. I am going to make a conversion in here, and it is going to be void chord to index and int x, int y. Return x plus y times map width. Why don't you like that? Oh, int. Int. What am I thinking? Int index to x. Int index. Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Return index. We're going left and right, so we want to do the modulus. Map width. Index to y. Int index. Return index divide by map width. And since this is int by int, it's going to truncate any floating points. And there we go. Next thing I also want to add into entity is a void move entity. We do star entity. I think this is the right one. Int x, int y. Oh, I have too many letters there. I can't spell. No? You happy? You're happy. Okay. So ent dot ent last move ent dot x ent dot entity last move y equals ent dot y ent dot entity or no dot ent dot x equals x ent dot y equals y. And then I'm going to have another one that is called void place entity. And that will take... That'll be the same thing as this. However, it's going to set this to -1 and this to -1. Okay, now that I have that... void move entity relative. And this is going to call move entity, but it's going to do relative stuff, so I don't have to figure out all this stuff. Ent.x plus x, ent.y plus y. Do you like that? Are you happy with that? Good. Okay. So we go back over here, and then we go into our main loop where we move everything. So move x. Find it. Okay, we're down here. We get down here. We do the move player. And we can take this out. And we go play move player relative, passing player, move x, move y. And everything should be happy. Now we'll see if that actually works, because passing pointers, I have not completely wrapped my... Ah, yes. Excuse me. This is a header file, so I must do stuff in order. Because if I don't do stuff in order, how will it know that this thing exists later on in the file? Okay, moment of truth. Seems to be working. We're running around at the speed of sound. Okay. Okay, I think I want to add some other things in here because I know I'll need them later on. Out is large equals false. Bool, which is this is the 2x2. Bool is large. Any other ones I need in there? If I want pathfinding, how do I want to do pathfinding? I don't think I want to store down here because I don't want to do the cleanup on it. Pain. Okay. Vector. How do I set up vectors? I think I have to import a certain class in order to use vectors. C++ which is just a dynamic array. It's dumb. Okay, so std vector, can I do that, or do I have to import it? Can I just do std vector? Wait, am I not using std in here? I am not using std in here, so I should probably get the stds. What's the setup for this? Okay, that's what I need. Okay, I will do. Boop. Std vector of int. Oh. Path list. Path find list. Vector. And I will do out dot path find vector equals. How do I make an empty vector? C++, make a vector of size 0. No, not to zeros. I just want an empty vector. I don't want to assign anything to it yet, my dudes. Oh my god, people. Hey, here's a way you can make a vector with 200 numbers in it. Can I make an empty vector? Most of this is generated junk, which is the problem. How to create an empty vector. Okay. Okay, so it should just be fine. I don't like initialization that's like this. Okay, so vector for path finding should be fine? Question mark, question mark? Okay. So it's going to be stored on there, so I want to also have a void destroy entity. And that should be just like down here, so. Okay, C++ free vector, C++ free struct. Destroy vector. So there's a difference between free and destroy? Why? Okay, supposed to just let it go out of scope, but I will also clear it. I just ordered a pepperoni pizza with cheese stuffed crust because I'm disgusting. Okay, an American, and the cheese tunnels must be used. Okay, so we go clear that. Okay, how do we destroy struct? I know there's C++ destroy struct. Okay, simply delete. This one, free memory, you allocated blah blah blah, though. You have to free that except before deleting. Okay. Awesome. Oh no, that should be ent. And then I call the mystical magical delete. So that's why, yeah. You know, honestly, it might be best just to reuse all the entities. I will set up all the entities. They will all have their own vectors, and then I'll just mess with them later. So, reset entity, and it's literally just going to be this. And everybody can be happy. So I'm always going to have reserved, which is probably the proper way to do this, all the entities I could care about in memory in an array. And just uninitiated ones can be no type, and I can skip over them and not care. And when I need a new entity, I can just go through the list and find a free one and reinitiate it to be whatever I want. So when I kill an entity, I can just flag it as no type, and it'll be just completely removed from there. Humma humma. Alright, so we have all that set up, and I just need to check to see if my food is arriving. Though I may mute microphone and forget to unmute it and consume. They're waiting for order from Little Caesars. How does that work? Okay, whatever. Okay, so we have the no type in there. We have that. What does the list say? The holy list says this is pretty much something. I will need a basic enemy. So what will be the first enemy I put in there? What's a high level value inverse rat? Sure, inverse rat. Small enemy will be not harmful to start with, and I can probably sprite that up relatively quick. So inverse rat, let me turn on this. Let me turn it on to look like, whoops, let me turn this on to be 32 by 32. That's not 32. So it has to be at least a rat of unusual size. So let's actually get to my round brush. Oh, that's snapping. I have grid snapping on. Oh, terrible things have been done. Okay. Alright, I'm not going with an outline style usually, but this probably requires it because I'm going to do funny stuff. Haha. So we have that. We have a nice little pink tail that comes out of here. Gotta give it some form. Probably bump this over 1 pixel. This over 1, 2. And your little rat feet. He just wants... Oh, that'd be so dumb if you can distract it with cheese. Oh, that'd be dumb. I should do it. I love the philosophy that I have in this, which is the idea dumb? Yes, do it. So we give it like red eyes. We give it mousy, nice big ears like that. Boop. This is more chinchilla than mouse, but I don't care. Okay, now I'm going to outline this in black because I'm going to do things to it. Let's give it a pink nose. There we go. Maybe. Oh, that might be a thing. That's really dumb, which sounds really great. I'll keep on it, but the inverse... no. The inverse rat is meant to be, like, inverted. It does inverse damage to your stuff, so... Okay, we have this over here. Squish the rat. Squish that rat. You want to take that rat and you want to squish it. Get it nice and squished. Nope, I hit shift too early. Excuse me for 1 second. They're actually knocking. They usually don't do that. Be right back. I am back, but I'm going to take a few bites before I get back into this. My apologies. Subsidence is needed. I say take a bite and I scarf down an entire slice. I'll get back to that shortly. But yes, the pizza beast has been taken care of and its carcass has been consumed. This is dumb. Yes. Okay. Make you need to get a drink, but anyways, back to switching that rat. I did not bring this down, so boop. I think its butt should be higher. That's the wrong button. But got that too. Okay, let's fix up that derriere. And I think this is going to move up like this. And this can move down like this. Okay, let's have... Let's have ear move a little back. Oop. Actually, let's have ear deform. Clean this up a little bit. Let us copy this and put it onto a new screen so that I can check the spriting of it. Boop, new frame. Okay, new frame. Delete everything, put it in there. Okay, let's read this about 400. Press button. Boop, 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 boop. Hyperactive rat. Don't want hyperactive rat. Rat has to be a little less hyperactive, and put it at 200. That sounds about good. That's a little slow. Okay, I want to fix that tail a little bit. Otherwise, maybe put a little curve on the ear, and I think we're good. So put a little bit of this on it. And maybe like that. Can I put whiskers on it? No, I can't. Anyways, now for the plan. Invert. The inverted rat. I guess I need to have white eyes on this, otherwise you can't read them. The truly terrifying thing. Okay. And I think that... Oops, that's not the right button. I think that needs to be like this. There we go. Now that keeps us round. Alright, so we have that. So we can start doing some pathfinding in a second here. But currently what I'm going to do right now is... So we have this... we want to have... How do I have this pass into renderer? I pass in a rectangle, and I get the rectangle from math. I don't have any... I am free on this, so I am going to say... I'm going to do a index. sprite index. And I'm going to set the sprite index to 0. So everybody's a player. Hate the player, not the game. And I think that tile map has a setup for getting that. So let's go to tile map. No, it's sprite writer. Sorry, my bad. Load texture, tile animate, tile map square. We're doing the proper glyph sizes, and we have this. So tile map square. Well, we're doing this dynamically. So we make this, it's 32 by 32. Let's have it be 32x, like that, so it automatically draw you as the rat. Oh wait, I am doing tile square right after that. Void tile map square by index, and we're just going to copy this all over. Copy this all over. Okay, so we have that, and this is going to be index. Why is tile height on there? It should be tile width. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, so we have the index. So then we call this... Oh, this should be below this. Once again, if you're doing it in a header file, you have to do it in order. Boop. Tile. Index modulos... Whoop, that's not the right word. Index. Index mod tile x. Index divide by tile x. Tile x. Tile y. There we go. Yep, that's how everything's fine. Okay, so we go back into here. Whoops. We go back into here, and we go this charrect player.index and 32 by 32, and everything should be hunky-dory. Bob's your uncle. Okay, let's run it. Okay. What if player sprite index equals 2? This is probably going to look god-awful, but let's see. Behold! We're an inverted rat. The system works. Though the white's quite jarring. And I can't actually desaturate this because it's inverted. So it ruins everything. So this one breaks the mold of how I want to do colors on sprites. Look at it. Look at it exist in this world, only waiting to be hit for, well, not even EXP. It's a rat. We're a rat. Okay, that was fun. So, how many entities do I want to have on the map at a time? So I have how many rooms by how many rooms? Ten rooms wide. By that's 9. So 72 divided by 9, 8. 8 rooms high. So at a very minimum, if we wanted a monster in every room, we would have 80 monsters. That's unlikely because we can't have a monster in every room, but it is a good set point. And 80 sounds like a good one. So if we want to also have things such as the monster spawner that can spawn out a couple monsters, we probably want to have that be at 20, or 20 extra on there. I would go even further to say 120. I will probably say no to this later, but yes, so let's go with that. So as a constant in here, one second. Just thinking for a second here. So if I make all the entities at once, I want to have some room for extra ones. Do I want to do double? It might absolutely break the system. I want to say double than what I would expect at a base minimum. Yes, okay. So, the minimum of there. Entity things. Int const max enemy equals 160. That's like overkill, but let's go with that. And let's go back into main so that I can set this up. And I will have an entity list, and we'll see if terrible, awful, utterly disgusting things happen. So, entity list array of max enemy for int index equals 0. Index is less than max enemy. Index plus plus. Yes, I use index instead of I. I prefer using index instead of I because, well, I gets used everywhere. And if you need to be very specific about what index you're using, you should probably tell what index you're using instead of IE, IJK. Fun stuff. Okay, so anyways, default, or entity default. No, it is default entity. My brain is fried. Entity array index. All right. Whoops, nope, that's not how it goes. Too many arguments. Oh. Oh, no, I could do it. Yeah, I could do it this way. Excuse me. Pardon me, coming through. Excuse me. So they're all default. Okay, it compiles. How does it run? Clear the prompt screen. Nobody can see it on... Okay, doesn't die. Let's do a little something. For int index equals 0. Index is max enemy. My brain, it is exploding, but I'll get through this. I've done worse. Okay. If entity array index dot hp is less than 1, or entity array index dot visible equals false, continue. Otherwise, we're just going to use char rect, which I might initiate somewhere else, but we are going to do this. I should probably use proper glyph size, but dot entity array okay, yeah, this is all fine. Index, so we get this, and then we need to set up tile destination, which is going to be relative of player. So tile dest is going to be destrec.x is equal to screen width -2 -16 plus the offset. Since, okay, if we assume player is at 0 and enemy is at 1, we want it to be 1 over, so we want it to be yes, we want it to be player.x, or no, yes, entity array index dot x minus player x times glyph width, and then for destrect.y we want this, but on the y-axis, and I don't know if it should be up or down because my brain says quit thinking. Top is 0, top is 0, 0. So if we have an entity at 1, yeah, this should be fine. Just need to switch it. Okay, and with that, I'm going to make a set player, or set inverse rat. void create inverse rat, or set inverse rat. And we're going to have this as an entity, add int x, int y. First off, we are going to reset the entity, int, okay. Then we are going to move or place the entity at xx, int xy, int dot sprite index equals 2. I should probably make a struct for this at a certain point, but I just need to get this through right now. So we have that set up at that. I don't need to do anything else besides inverse okay, so int dot type equals inverse rat. Also in the move entity, if x is less than 0, else if y or x is greater than 0, we can do the face left and face right stuff. Int.face left equals false. Int.face left equals true. We need to move this up here so that we can put in int x instead of 0. There we go. Very smart. Now it's baked in and we can have stuff move multiple squares, but have a proper direction facing. And I'm going to stand up and scarf a piece of pizza. Be right back. Well, that scared me for a second. I stepped on my headphones and then they stopped working. Now they work now. Let's just have that. Boop, boop. Alright, back into this. I should probably make this text a little bigger. I apologize. This is slapdash and me just trying to rush this as fast as possible. Is it Control Shift? Is it Alt Shift? I don't remember the combination. Oh, it's Control Page up, Page down. Nope, Shift. Oh, okay, this is the size you get, because I can't remember anything. Okay, so we have that set up. Now let us make an inverse rat. I should probably give it some HP. That would help. A nice piddly 2 HP. It is a rat, after all. It's the other parts that get interesting. Okay, so we have that. Let's make the first rat. Set inverse rat. Zero player. Oh, have I set up player character X and Y yet? I don't think so. So let's do that down here. Yeah, this is... Put a giant to do on this. Now we should see an inverse rat next to us. We don't. Or do we? We don't, because I'm not actually splitting it to screen. Okay, I missed something. Okay, here we go. No, no, I wasn't actually blitting it to the screen. There we go. It's an inverse rat. Oh, I didn't change it to be that entity's face left or face right, so it's using the characters as he moves around. Which kind of works, because, you know, face player. But it's not going to work if he's moving this towards them over here. It only works if it's one. Entity array index. Okay, that fixes it. And we will go back into here and try it. Alright, so we go up. Boop, 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 boop. Rat faces one direction. Rat bounces adorably. We can't kill Rat yet, and Rat is displayed over us. 1 second. Can't ride the steed. They're mismatched. Okay, so next thing to do is to try and see about pathfinding. Okay, so this is all done after player moves, so then we'll have logic set up after that, so we should probably do a flood fill off the player after they move. So, start X, okay, we have this. So we flood fill the map. 1 second. Move X, move Y. Technically, any move action or wait action should do it. because technically enemies can move, and I will get into that later, but I need to just do it one plane engine at a time in eating this monster. Whoops. So we go into here, right? Okay. And this clears out the array. This clears out the array. We'll get to other things later, but not right now. Okay. I'm going to put a little bit of basic roll downhill knowledge in here. This is going to need some tile map information, so we will include so we get that. Basic move functions. Void basic move towards player. So we're going to have the entity. We're going to have the int player flood array, map total, and then we're going to have an entity array, max enemy, and that should be all we need. We'll get to max enemy later, but first off, I'm just going to have it move, but it doing any other action. We're going to have it be a bool. And it's going to return false if it didn't move and return true if it did move. We might decouple the movement action from its attack action and other such things, but for now, switching over to sorry. Okay, so first off, if ent.pathfindVector.size equals 0, I could probably just do it at other things, but I don't care. Else, int next step equals sorry, I'm thinking. Next step equals ent.pathfindVector.pop so we have an empty array. Our next move will be put onto there, and then our next move will be put at the back. So it's a first in, first out. We want it in reverse. We want it to be a queue. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, this is... Okay. So path and cues are both in here. I don't know why they do this. It annoys me in some ways. There we go. Just make this a cue. They act exactly the same, but when you pull, when you pop it, it pops from the front. And when you push, it pushes to the back. So first in, first out. Dot. Pop. A value of void cannot be used in the instantiation. What? Then we pop it. Weird, whatever. Pop. Int x equals index to x. Y equals index to y. I won't even check to see, because I don't need to right now, but move entity relative, or move entity ent x y. Okay. Otherwise, void roll downhill, and this is going to be stdq path q, and we're going to have an int x and an int y here. So well, or no, we're going to have, yeah, that's fine. Well, true. Int current equals, and I guess this is just going to be flood array. Current equals flood array chord to index xy. There we go. Well, true. For int direction index equals 0. Direction, I'm just going to call it dir index. Okay, got dir index. Dir index is less than max direction because I have this stuff already from when I was working on it for my other engine things. Dir index plus. And I'll put a note in here, it's looking for 1. So it does spin. And we're going to have int offset x equals 0, int offset y equals 0. So offset x equals offset x array dir index. Why do I remember this? This is one of those things I shouldn't, because I don't even program like this normally. Okay, so we have it do this. So we have our offset of where we need to go for player, and we can update our x and y. So, and I'll have a check. And I'll have one thing. If current equals 1, return. Check equals flood array chord to index x plus offset x, y plus offset y. Whoops, that was the wrong things. Nope, please. There we go. If check does not equal 0, because zeros are walls, and check is less than current, we update and continue. X equals x plus offset. Oh no, wait. Plus equals offset. Y plus equals offset. X offset. Offset x. And we also push path Q. Oh, my bad. There you go. There you go, buddy. Whoops, nope. Alright, no. So now that we have path Q properly put in there, path Q. I said path Q. There we go. Push chord to index x y. That should go after this. Bool found equals false. Bool found equals true. Found equals false. So we loop through this. Or that's our early exit. So it's guaranteed to exit out of this because at some point... Oh wait, no, I need to update current. Aha, this almost added... This almost was bad. Okay. Current equals check. So it's slowly going to move through. This is perfectly set up for an infinite loop, but we'll see what happens. So we roll downhill by doing this. Ah, wait, we could... Yeah, 1 second. Okay, if size equals 0, we roll downhill. And our path is ent.pathFind Q. Why didn't they just call vector stack then? So weird. Okay, anyways, so currently, and then we pass in player flood array, and then we pass in ent.x, ent.y, And if ent.pathfindq.size equals 0, something bad happened, return 0. Or false. Same difference, honestly. And then we will just do a little bit of debug because I want to make sure. Size, and then end up. Okay, pray for me because this is going to explode. Wait, Q doesn't have a clear? It has empty. Oh, why? Why would you do this? That is silly. Where are we? Can I clear this? There we go. CLS. Warning, return of reset entity. Warning. Okay, so you want me to actually see that it returns a... Yes, you do. That is dumb. I hate that sort of stuff. Okay. I'll live, though. Flood fill, I should turn off this stuff down here. Okay, let's try that again. I think there's an infinite loop going on somewhere. Okay, this is... The flood's happening fine. It's just, you know, the spitting out of a million lines was kind of annoying. Oh, it was kind of messing with it. So now that we have that... We want a function. We want a function to go through and do stuff. So let's put that up here. Void enemy action. And we are going to have entity player. It's going to be an and, I think. That's what I want because I want to have him smack possibly. The entity player, we are going to have... And, oh, that should be a capital E. We have entity array of max enemy. And we're going to have, we're going to have so many of these later, but anyways. An int player flood fill max, or no, total map destruction. Anything else we need in here? No, they all know each other, they have all that, and I can call roll downhill. So for int index equals 0. Index is less than max enemy. Index plus plus. If entity array index dot HP is less than 1, or entity array dot index dot enemy or dot entity type equals no type, continue. Otherwise, if yeah, let's just go for ground. We'll just move anything anywhere. That'll be fine. If basic move entity, if basic move towards player, entity array index player flood fill and entity array entity do nothing for now. Wait, that's Lisp. That's not C++. Okay, we put that in there. We have that in there. Later, do attack stuff. Divide this out by interesting types. Okay, so we have that. So we have enemy action. Enemy action happens on a wait or a move action. The only real difference between a wait and a move action is that the player has moved and it has refilled it. So, player, and enemy or entity array, and map fill. Though I could probably do damage stuff. Okay. Moment of truth. If I move down, the rat should move in some direction. Failed on Pathfind. Okay, we get to go into here and put in bad debug code, but it said a lot of failed on Pathfind. Alright, let's begin. It is time to squash bugs. Alright, starting to roll downhill. X. Y. Oh, nope, that's the wrong things. This should be double brackets, or double angles. Current. Okay, so we have that. Dir index. Check. Alright. Once again, unto the breach. Okay, that's running all the time now. That's a little weird. Why is it running? Oh, okay. It's running off of wait action. Let me just do that for a second. No, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's just continuously hitting it. Weird. Oh, I don't set move action to false. Okay, will it not be weird this time? Yeah, that was it. So it is pushing to the array. Push to array. Is the size just not growing? Am I not understanding this? Which is probably true. Okay, once more onto this. It's not going to like that because I still have it open. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, okay. Run it again. Okay, this time it properly compiled, so we have this up here. I moved down. Failed on Pathfind. Am I just being silly and I forgot to put that in there? And that solves all my problems because it's not making a random one of these. Clear S. Run it. That was the problem. Why are you up there? Oh, because everything's 0, 0, so it's printing all of them. Terrifying. Where's the printout function? So I solved basic pathfinding. Okay, let's get down to render. Invisibility false or entity array dot index dot enemy type equals no type. Continue because you're not rendered in this. Okay, once more. If I hit period, yes. Look. I think I have, yeah, I have that backwards. Let me fix that. Yep, I have this backwards. Now the rat faces the right direction as it bounces up and down in a cute fashion. Look at that. We got a buddy that'll follow us to the end of time. Let's go on a journey. If I hit up, it's going to... Yep. Now we have a buddy that's right on top of us. Okay, I lost. I broke a concrete wall. I lost a concrete friend. Okay, so where does that put us at? Because besides Pizza Beast now being a thing, the basic pathfinding is done. We haven't done a dang thing for GUI first draft yet. Display on screen kind of goes off that, but I think I want to slide more pizza down my gullet. We got the basic enemy struct in there. It works perfectly well. We'll just have to extend it later because I don't know what to do with it later. That's pretty good for almost 3 hours. Technically, I can make a whole game on this. I should probably have it stop, though, when it hits the player. And we'll have this final dest equal 2 so that it will only go next to the player. So now if I hit... No, you're supposed to not... Okay, 1 second. If... Whoops. If current equals final dest, return false. Oh no, this is just a void. So if I hit period twice, now mouse will not superimpose itself with me. Oh no, mouse lied. Oh no, that's just me. That's me just violating mouse's position space. Ignore that. One second. I'm going to check to see if my system is on fire as I move. So can I see main.exe on here? I can see main.exe and it's eating 15 megabytes of memory. That is fine. I am perfectly alright with the situation. Honestly, it's not really going to increase too much. Besides for map data that I might keep persistent for some things. But I'm not seeing it spike. Okay, yeah, it's like hitting 0.5%. But it's a game. It can do stuff. Okay, it's hitting 0.14. This is like OBS is being more mean than this. Firefox is being more mean than this. Lots of stuff is being worse. Okay, so I might be able to... I'm not exactly dying at this point, so it's good. I think I'm going to eat Celebration Pizza. Be right back. The pizza is still good. Though I will say that Little Caesar's pizza tends to be... you don't want it at its warmest, otherwise it's just kind of goo. It needs to solidify a little bit. Okay. So, where we're at, we have basic pathfinding, the sound system. I guess I'm going to need to make a sheet that, well darn, I'm pretty much going to have to implement Fog of War. I think I'm going to have to move this to tomorrow. But I should work on GUI stuff. GUI stuff is very important for this. So, I have had... kind of thinking of the... nope. Not that. Not that. This mock-up. So, I'm going to need some GUI things. Let's have this be 64 by... no. 32 by 8. 32 by 8. Boom. 32 by 32. Now, for sake of argument, sorry, I'm thinking here for a second. So we have these 4 parts set up, and then we put in the middle of each one of these like something. I can make it smaller, but I don't think I care enough. So I'm making the outlines. I'm going to actually just blip this onto the screen to see how it feels. Let's do this at 8. Ah, that needs to be over 1. Whoops. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. To start with, I'm just going to blip this directly onto the screen, right at XX. So we have that. I'm going to put a little chevron in here of cutout stuffs indicating that you have this as your selected item. Let's make this. Sure. And we're going to clone this once. remove everything that makes it interesting, like a corporate logo. Minimize your logos. You don't know what you're doing. Everything's connected. Okay. Okay, so we have that. If I was doing this more proper, I'd just be taking a screenshot and doing this on top of it. But I'm an idiot, so I'm going to do it like this. And then like over here we have... Okay, let's just keep it like that. Export as a ping, because we're using pings for all this stuff, and this is the right file, so GUI texture. The texture is GUI. So we have that, we save that. Now we need to load it up so that I can split it to the screen. Alright, going up here. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. I need to be in main so that I can load, get the textures in here. There they are. And we make another SDL texture pointer that does whatever it needs to do. I don't care. I just know it works. GUI texture equals image loader, which is taken from somewhere else. Actually, this might be just standard. This might be standard image stuff. Is it over here? Nope, I didn't make it. It makes a surface for a quick second off of an image load, and then it creates a texture from the surface so that I can use that texture on other stuff. It might be the wrong way to do it, but if it's wrong, I won't know because I'm not that good at this. Okay, so we get the GUI texture, we get the ping, the portable network graphic, and because I am kind to my machine and my RAM, I free the texture by destroying it. It is the circle of life. Okay, so we have that. Let's just blend it straight to the screen. What is it? That's char rect.x equals 0, char rect.y equals 0, char rect.width equals 128 or 256, char rect.h equals 256, dest rect.x equals 0, dest rect.y equals 0, dest rect.w equals 256. I'm honestly not using any of those and it scares me, but I think that's more because I'm not at sea level. And then I want to do a render. I forgot how to do a render. SDL copy. No EX mode. No EX. GUI, whoop, nope, didn't select that right. GUI texture. Alright, let's see how badly this goes. So I put my little semicolon to say that I'm done with that. I hit the magic button. It compiles. I hit the magic button. Okay, I'm not completely hating it. I mean, it's like usable. I could put a little something on there to like help if it stand out, but it's not too intrusive on the screen. When you have a bit of a problem if there's an enemy up there. I can't put my little mouse up friend up there. But it is not the worst. Okay, I am going to... make something up here and call it large rect, just so I can use it later in large destination. Where's my textures? Okay. Uh, 30, 0, 0, 32, 32. No, wait, these are 64 by 64, aren't they? Those are 32 by 32. Okay. And I will call this normal rect dest. Zero, 0, 32, 32. Actually, I think I will make... So those normal ones, and I will fix this over here because I just want to get this done. So I go over on this. I delete these. Actually, close you down. Then I open you up as a ping and you stop being annoying. Yeah, I didn't think this would work out too well. I thought it was going to look a lot worse. But anyways, SCL rect select GUI equals 0, 0, 32, 32. STL rect unselect GUI equals 32, 0, 32, 32. I'm going to need something like putting a 1, 2, 3 over them, but I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. It shouldn't be too hard, I say. I could just make 2 sets even and do it weirdly, but anyways. Okay. First off, I'm going to have a inventory select. Player equals, okay. Int inventory select equals 0. For int index equals 0, index is less than 4, index plus plus. If index equals current did I call it select GUI? I thought I called it current select. No, inventory select. I'm batting 1,000. Else that. So first, normal dot x equals index times 32. Normal rect y equals 0. Perfectly normal. And then we do room. Don't need you anymore. You have served us well. Go to the void. Select GUI, and this will be normal. And this will be unselect GUI. Alright. Well, let's see how this looks. Okay, it's rendering just like it was before. Now let's add some switching so that we can see that. So on this if-else hell ladder, event.key.keysim.sim equals SDLK 1. Is that numpad 1? No, we just want 1. And I'm going to copy and paste this 3 times because I am a professional coder. Okay, and inventory select equals 0. Inventory select equals 1. Inventory select equals 3. Inventory select equals 3. This should be 2. Okay. Look at that. I can move it at the refresh rate if I try hard enough. Now you know exactly what you picked up. So weapons will be handled that way. Armor has to be handled somewhere else. So I'll probably have an equip one right after this. Or call it worn, and I'll have, like, that there. Okay, very nice. Can I draw a something above it? So, let's find the mod color. Where's the color? Text. Render text sprite. Okay. This is the ticket. So first off, we're just going to render it at top left. And then, like, move it over 32 at a time. Oh, it's right. It's so small. Render text sprite. Renderer. Texture, font text. Normal rect dest.x 0. Oh, I don't want this one. I want actual... I have too many text things. Okay. So render text... which one of these? Okay, render text is what I want. Render font texture normal rect dest.x 0 I to standard I to A inventory select plus or index plus 1. Whoops. That is the way you do it, right? C++ int to string. Oh, it's standard to string. Okay. There we go. Everybody's happy. I'm going to need to mess with the color and all that, but yes. Okay, okay. Issue is it might be white text. Yeah, it's all behind there. It's really big text too. I mean, I could push it down 16, but then it's like pushing a lot. I could make a micro font. I think I'm going to have more GUI. So we have this, give me the palette. I need the palette. Not that palette. Not that palette. Yeah, that palette. Let's use key and E to navigate between them because that is a standard thing. So let's program that in first before I try to make GUI for that. Yes. Those were sentences that came out of my mouth. Elif. I should make this a switch. Event.key.keysim. .sys equals SDL K W. Oh no, I need Q. I cannot spell. Okay. It'll be a secret function that if you actually hit the buttons, you'll do it. Okay, so inventory. Minus minus mod 4. Mod equals 4. Does that work? Do you like that symbology? It says the syntax is sugary. Okay. Anyways, back to it. Hit the magic button. Enter, enter. Pop up. Now we can use that. Ooh. Negative. Negative is painful. Sometimes negative modules doesn't like to work. If inventory select is less than 0, Can you believe at one point I was paid to do GUI programming? I mean, it was in Unity, but it was GUI programming. There we go. Very intuitive. You know what's being selected. And then I can put some stuff up like bump to attack. I should probably gussy you up, but I shouldn't even have enemies yet. Okay. Okay, so for GUI, how we want to have this is... it'll just be a little sliver of this. And this can be Q. I think I need a pixel more here. There, that's a Q. And that can be E. Okay, fix that up later, save that out for now. Now we have two more squares to deal with. So select GUI equals that. We go up here. Left GUI rect. I should probably name these all recs because that's what they are. So this is at 0, this is at 32, this is 32 by 32. The mild joys of using some struct stuff. Okay, SDL rect right GUI rect equals 32, 32, 32, 32. And let's get down here. Okay, so we do that. Now have other info. Left, right, select. So normal rect dest dot x equals 0. Normal rect dest dot y equals 32. I'll keep that there for a second because I need to have it. Okay. Once more onto the breach. How does it look? Cool. I think it should be on the other side for the E. And then maybe we could have the name be put there, but I'll have to have an 8 high font that I'll have to make. And I'll probably make it during dinner or breakfast tomorrow or something. Because I'm not doing that now. So let's put this all the way over. At times 4. Nope, that should be times 3. Gotta remember your offsets. Oh, okay. I should mess with this a bit. There you are, sprite. There we go. There we go. That might need a pixel moved, but right now, that's an alright GUI. And for now, I'm going to just have stand-in, because I'm just going to print out the text. Let me see, how do I do C++ format strings? Okay. Is it string format? Yeah, it's format. Am I not including something? And this is sort of like, here's the function you use, but I'm not going to tell you what to include for it. I love those answers, because they sure help me figure out what it is. And then when I search for 3 hours, I find out that I have to download something. Okay. Okay, is this just a lie? Of course, C++ has a million ways to format a string. You know, I could just add strings together. Yeah, I could just add strings together. This is not the most yeah, okay. Thank you. That was very useful. Okay, plus std int. What did I do up here? ToString player.hp plus max HP. Okay, and render text. Render font text. 128. Let's have it be like 8 pixels down. And health. Okay, and I need to check in here because I don't know how to do the color stuff off the top of my head. Here we go. Because we can't have it be what it currently is because it just will not render. So it's going to be... Let's have it just be green. Pure green, 256. $255. Okay. Oh, that isn't a lot of text to work with. Also, the H and the P are misaligned. I am definitely going to need to make an 8 text font. This is a 16 and it's a little big. Anyways, it's good enough for now, so we have that. The next part might even like require items being set up. I mean, that said, is it much worse looking than what, yeah, the text is trash, but is it really worse looking than that? Or that? You can tell it's the same company. How big are those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's 8 by 16. I mean, that's probably the way to go. These are probably actually just, you know, single text things, and these are all 8 by 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And yeah, it's going to be like 16 up, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this is static, it could do whatever. This is static, it could do whatever. These have to change, these have to change. And it's just allowed it to have like 3 characters between that. This can have a lot before it. It probably gets up to like 999. Also, this was made after this. Assuming this isn't like the second game. Yeah, I'll live with it for now. It's not the best, but it could be worse. The pathfinding works. Man, do I want to start trying to optimize for collisions, or should I save collisions for later? Because collisions between entities it means it's going to have to go through the entire list and see if it collides with something when it tries to move to a location, then decide if it needs to or not. And that's going to suck. Because that's what performance of crap, because it's 160 by 160 checks every time every time we want to move every single one of the entities. And it gets worse the more you have in there. I could do things like like hashing against... Oh, but I don't like that. I think the solution is going to be like, keep it smaller. But we'll see how it goes. Rat. I'm just thinking. Okay, so I have that. Oh. Now, I want a few others. So I've already decided kind of on... Where are you? Having... GUI like this possibly be multiple lines. So let's have another one of these. But this time it'll have text in it. And this will be Z to use. No, everything should be able to be dropped. Z is drop. Drop. Oop. And then X could be pickup. It's not the best. It's not the ones I want to use either. Let's use grab. Grab sounds like a good word for this. I'm going to run out of pixel room. Oh, we have just enough. So we have drop, grab. And... Actually, I'm going to have a variant. So, okay. You have a sword. You step on another item, you would have the grab option so you can like add it to your inventory if you could. But you always have the drop one. You have a wand, so therefore it has like a use command. But then you step on something, you have that. So does it bump that down, or do we just have dedicated buttons that are set up on there. Yeah, I think we'll just have them in order. And there will be some that are like the use one, like this one right here, which is going to be C. I like C because it also means cast. But we also need a throw, which can be V, I guess. It's kind of funny because it is, you know, V, you throw it. Let's have that be use. Helps if I don't do that. And I guess I'll have cast as a variant. The best thing about pixel art is that, or pixel fonts, is that you could just cheat. Just copy paste. Nobody cares. Unless it's someone else's. Then they might care. I'll have to bump this back one. Use cast. I can't think of any other things. Anyways, let's copy this down for drop. Once again, pixel font. I have a D. I will use the D. I might expand the D a little bit because it's no, I'll just keep it like that. Yeah, this time I delete it. I knew I did something a little longer that one. Oh no, this is throw. What am I doing? And this is V. I am braining. Alright, there we go. I could just make a toss. There we go. The circle has been squared. Okay, so there's our basic verbs on, like, when you have a weapon, it'll have, like, drop and toss unless it has a use factor in it. When you stand on something, it'll bump down toss and have you be able to grab it. Yeah, that seems to work. Almost been streaming 6 hours. I might cut it short and think on things. But let's get it to like 7 or something. Okay. I am going to then... Let me expand the screen a little bit. So now that I have that set up, window, thank you. No, don't get that big. I said don't get that big. No. Windows, what are you doing? You know what? There you go. That way works better. Alright then. Let's back into this. Let's make the GUI rectangles for that. Unselect. Select GUI equal. Oh, yeah, I totally want to search in that. Select GUI equals. So SDL rect drop GUI equals, we'll have it like that, SDL rect grab GUI. I guess I'll call it rect. SDL rect use GUI rect. STL rect. Toss GUI rect. And I'm going to copy U across all of them because it's all going to be same size for width and height. It's just where it is placed on here. So 048 is for drop. And then it is 064, 3264, and toss is on its own line. 080. Okay, now let's just do a full suite and see how it looks. Health items. Oh, I need to figure out how I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Okay. Anyways. If true, pass. Else. Has equipped. Not equipped, but something on ground. Ground and can grab. Drop item. If item on ground and can grab. Int y equals, where's that going to be about? So we're going to be roughly right about here, 41. Whoops. If can use item, toss item. So, normal rect dest dot x equals 0. Normal rect dest dot y equals y. Y plus equals 32. Normal rect. Might as well just go off this. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Normal rect plus equals 32. Okay. So then we start doing this stuff. And this can be drop GUI rect. Grab GUI rect. Use GUI rect. Toss. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh God. What's going on? Everything. They're all 32. Do I have these hyperstacked? Did I give them enough room to breathe? I did give them enough room to breathe. Oh, though that said, that needs to be moved over to about here. Okay, let's try this again. It's bug time. Okay, the drops are doubling. Let's just see what drop does on its own and not the rest. Yeah, it's putting a lot down. Oh, wait. Oh, it's 32. This is, okay. I'm working in 16th. Yeah. Okay. You need to go down a lot more, buddy. You need to go down a lot more. And you need to go down a lot more. Okay. That should be fine now. That makes a lot more sense. I was mixing scales. I was treating it as going down as 16, but going left and right is 32 pixels. Oh, yeah, okay. And because of that, this is also screwy because this is not the proper location of everything. So this is 64. This is 96. Whoops, that's not the right button. I want this button. This is 128. This is use, and this is alt grab. Cast. 32. And down here is 60. 160. Okay. Let's try again. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Now it's going a little further than what I want in distance, so I can change this. This is going all the way down the screen. I can move this at 16ths. I don't know why I opened up that folder. I don't need to. Okay, there we go. Now it's a lot more compact, and it usually won't look like this. I can even expand it a little bit. What I want to have happen is that if you have a sword up, you'll be able to drop and toss it, and it'll like move those around, but it'll still keep the same keys, because I don't want to do weird key binding stuff. And this basically is going to work like, unironically, a SNES controller. If I had the time, maybe I'd try to figure out how to use basic controller inputs and work off that. This could be interesting, but right now, everything on there. I just need to put somewhere for the timer. I think that maybe I could put at the bottom like a day timer and how much debt you have left. Let's actually put that in there. Player equals boop. Int next time left. Int debt left. Int payment equals 1. To string time plus std to string I can keep it green still, and I don't really care. So render text Let's see. So font texture, screen height minus 18. No wait, 34. Minus 17. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Okay. Not well. Actually, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would. It's god awful color, so let's put it at like black or something. So that should be all zeros. Duh. I mean, this should work better once I have the 8x16 font, because, once again, good idea. I could get a decent amount of information on there. It's crowded. It'll probably get better once I get more room on there, because then that will be condensed into one line at the bottom. But everything you need to see, you can see. You can even see that there's monsters at the bottom. Maybe that'll be bad, but we'll have to deal with it, or have something to like click to show time is left, or have like a little bar on the side showing how much time is left, like on the right side. But for a precursor, this is pretty good. I'll need to like finalize some things, but technically this is everything that I need to display. I want to display besides, like, you know, you walk into an enemy in order to do stuff to enemy. I think I'm going to add 2 more things, because I think being in like a cast menu, I'm going to need to have a use or cancel. So it's going to be like a Z. It's going to be the do. It'll be like confirm. And X can be exit. And I'll need to have something like cast spell or choose direction. I'll get to setting them up later, because I really don't need to right now. I mean, I could. It's just I don't have much to talk about, though. It's one of those things I am going to have to fill time at some point. So decisions. Let's grab these 2 down here. Yeah, there we go. We got a variant for that. So, what I'm saying is 256 by 256. You are here. you select the wand of Gamelon. So you select the use option, so now you have a reticle on screen. I think I'll just have it like placed whatever left or right direction you're facing. And like maybe you might have ones that like go all the directions. Or you have one that like just, goes out to that. Or you have one that has a bolt casting where you get to pick a square and then you can move that around without moving you around. And then you can hit stop to go back to your character. No, I could probably implement a little bit of that. I think I'm going to put some cans away first and hit the bathroom quickly, and then I will think about the next thing. But I want to do at least an hour more of this, and then maybe I can relax my brain for a minute. But be right back. Yeah, I think I will get the bolt casting in here. 1 second. Okay. So what we need for that is actually more GUI. So we want to have a reticle that is centered like on a square. So get rid of that. Pink rat. Knew ye so little. Wait, aren't these 32 by 32? Then what is this? This is 32 by 32. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to do the sin and freehand a circle. You're never supposed to freehand circles with pixels. People say don't do it. But I'm dumb. Oops, that was slightly off. One more pixel down. Thank you. Two, one, two, one, one. Ugly, disgusting, free-handed circle. Something like that. Okay. Now that I free-handed my circle, let us get that into the repository. Let's thicken it a little bit. Yeah, let's just thicken it a little bit. There we go. I'll probably change it into something later, but okay, so this is currently at 64 over. So now that we have that at 64 over, we're going to want to have a rect for that so that I can easily use it on demand, and I will also want to have a mode. Where are you? There you are. Cursor. So once again, grab this, and I said it was 64 over and 0 down because it is on the top line. So we have that. Okay, we get down to our player stuff, we have our payment stuff, and now we are going to have bool cursor mode equals false, int cursor x equals 0, int cursor y equals 0, and I'm going to give this a debug key right now because otherwise it's not going to pop up anywhere. So I'm going to give it a debug key of let's say n. Event.key.key sim equals sdlkn to do remove debug key. What is it called? Cursor modo equals not cursor modo. And cursor.x or cursor x equals player.x, cursor y equals player.y. So we get all the way back down here, and just like the enemies, in fact, it's going to come right after them so that I can look at the enemies and figure out how the heck I'm going to do this. If cursor modo, draw the cursor. No. Normal destination dot x equal equals player or cursor x times 32 normal rect des.y equals cur times glyph height I should be using these. I have made them. Glyph width. And then we do a standard render copy. But this time with cursor... Oh, I didn't make it yet. No, I did make it. My head. Okay. Cursor GUI rect. Get cursor rect. Okay. Whoop, that's not what I want. There we go. Okay. So I'm not going to have any movement on this right now, but... Well, it's not showing up, so something's wrong. Okay. Standard cout cursor mode. And L. Once again with feeling. I hit N. Yep, it's going cursor mode, it's just not displaying it. Did I not save the sprite down? And it's at 64... that. And that is saved as GUI texture. Cursor rect GUI. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I have to... This is proper. It's just, I have to offset it by player. Yeah, I have to do the same exact thing I was doing for this. I should write a function or something, but, we can do that later. We can be smart later, or I can be smart in the middle of the night when I think of how to do this. So, minus player X. No, okay. There's the cursor. Actually, once I activate the cursor, I can... Yeah, okay, so it can move. I just need to have a mode. This is going to be dumb. So down here, I can get rid of this. Pretty sure I can get rid of this. Let's see. Let's break the code first, because move entity relative should properly change player direction, anyways. Yeah, that's fine. It's all being handled behind the scenes. So now that we have this, if cursor mode else there we go. Cursor X plus equals move X. Cursor Y minus equals move Y. So is there a clamp? C++ clamp math function. I force it to be within a range. Okay, just show me how it's used, man. Okay. Number, low, high. Okay, there we go. Cursor X equals standard clamp. Cursor X. Player.x minus 3. Player.x plus 3. Cursor Y equals standard clamp. Dot Y minus 3. Okay. I can't spell. Okay. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong way. Ooh, that's interesting. Awesome. This shouldn't work so fast. Something's got to break at a certain point. But I did not expect to have cursor mode today. Okay, let's run this again. Oh no, I'm in the void. What happened? Wait, what's going on? Weird. So yeah, I can target this within the 7x7 grid I'm in. Okay, so I guess that means I need to make a Bayesian line between where I'm going and where it is so that I can show if things have, like, line effects. I mean, I could also just draw a line, but that doesn't hit all. That isn't quite true in some cases. Oh. Thinking. Could possibly also, move this on top of stuff. Another thing I could possibly do is make the HUD go away. Like, you hit slash to turn off HUD. And put that, like, right in the bottom right corner. Sorry, thinking a little bit. just a little surprised I got this to work so easily. That said, I expected some things to go easier working in C++ and just blitting sprites to screen than trying to do more in a game engine like Godot or Unreal or Unity even. I didn't expect it to go this easy. This is more my natural environment for development, but yet still. Ah. Anyways. What time is it? I should try to finish off a bit more. Well, I only got like... Technically, I only got a couple hours of this. I started at this, so I only got almost 5 hours of work on this. But what am I missing at this point? Let me just look at the list. Let me consult this list. First draft GUI, yeah, I think this is pretty on par. I think this is pretty good for displaying everything on screen. Actually, let's get other layers involved. So I was going to have two other things. (32 by 8, 32 by 8. Actually, how big is this? Oops. This is 32 by 60. Yeah, let's just do 32 by 8. So I need to add some of the other tiles on here. Boop. You're not the grade I want. Okay, and there we go. That's a blood tile. This is a filth tile. If I want, I can add variants to them. That'd be silly. Nah, I could just have it stored as like -1. There like doesn't need to be an entity for this. The roach tile could probably go down here. Is there anything else I want? Spooky mist. Yes. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And I just copy that up. So I can show the tile underneath it, but... Okay. You're going to be this way. I will do this. Bop. This looks more like chain link fence, but I'll gussy it up in a second. Doesn't need to be too good, just... Ooh, spooky mist. Okay, blood, filth. Maybe I make some other stuff later, but okay. Let's go gambling. This can go under entity. It's kind of dumb. Nah, I'll just have it be in ranges. Okay. There we go. Int. What should I call this? On tile. Map total. -1. Okay. I haven't saved this yet, so let's go save this. Export as on tile stuff. On tile map dot ping. Okay. Base. SDL texture on tile texture equals image load texture render art slash on tile map. I think that's what it is. Let me double check. On tile map. Yep. Okay. Put a semicolon after this so it stops yelling at me. Then go all the way down to the bottom, destroy it. Okay. So, how are we going to do this? Well, I guess does it run... Duh. Render tile, render map. If that's a lot of checks against equals 0. Might as well. Okay. YOLO. Render map. Render on tile texture. And then it's exactly the same. Okay, first let's see if this crashes, and then I'm going to start having the rat drop filth tiles, because I need something. Oh god! What? Oh, because this is -1! Oh, because it's like it's 0. These are 0. Walls are 0, so that's how it's doing. Okay. So that's why it's drawing that, because it's drawing it on the second thing. Okay, that surprised me, but it makes sense. Yeah. Because blood is 0, and I was using the same fill map as I was for the floor tiles. So therefore, it was that. So I need to have that. I need to have this be not map array, but on what do I have it called? I don't have a good word. I don't want to call it filth. Vroom. On tile. Okay. Once again, unto the breach, my friends. So, yeah, that's fine. It's doing a lot of rendering right now, but I can mess with that later. Right now, I just have it going from 0 to 0. Okay. Actually, I'll have the player drop blood every single turn. So after move, okay, on tile chord to index player.x player.y equals 0. I don't know why it was being so iffy on that for a second, but yeah, now we're playing Demented Snake. Oops, I just died. Okay. So this is being generated every time I move on where I am, so I can paint the town red. Sorry, I feel a need to just sort of muck around with this. Now the fog tiles have to be its own thing, but I can use the same texture, because I'm not going to have like a million on tile textures. Wow, this is a big map. This is where I started. Yeah. Oh no, I'm losing Snake IO. I'm surprised it's running so well, because this is literally blitting thousands of things to here every frame. So like the entire map is over 5,000 tiles. And this is getting up there in numbers. What's the actual usage look like? Did I make this suck more? Main.exe, it's at 0.4 of CPU, and it's using 16... Yeah, I mean, like, the usage rate of CPU is probably going to be the highest, because I'm just doing a lot of useless tasks that don't matter, and I can optimize them out of there once I, decide to properly do the, blitting portion, but I had that broke the other day, so I didn't want to figure it out. Actually, for giggles, where is it? Whoops, I don't want it bleeding over. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so we have all these. I'm going to export it to the same spot. And what I'm going to have is int blood splatter index equals 0. I'm going to make a little function up here. I'm going to have how many wide is it? It's 8 wide. Good enough. Int. No, I can put that under constants. It can live under constants. Yes. Int on tile glyph width equals 8. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm going to have an int next blood or next offset or next on tile offset. Int current offset return current offset. Current offset plus equals rand mod 3 plus rand mod 3 mod on tile glyph width. So this is going to add variety by not allowing the same blood tile to be made at the same time, made consecutively, and it will somewhat like give an average of where it jumps to next. Yes, this is a lot of thinking for some stupid stuff. And I'll need to figure out a way to make a method for it, but whatever. Player.y. There we go. Okay. Current on tile. I had it. Where did I put something for it? Blood splatter index. That's what I want. Okay, so we run that. Then we set it to that. Okay, so now we should have a variety of blood splatter. That should not consecutively have the same blood splatter in a row. I already failed that. No, it looks like it's having the same. Oh, it can always do... It can do 2 zeros. That's my problem. So I need to just add a 1. +1. That will ensure it always increments the blood splatter index. So now, none of these will be the same. There will be some sort of pattern to them. Nobody will care until they make like a YouTube video that's 4 hours long and give like little things on it, but nobody's ever going to do that. I need to improve the blood splatter glyph, but yes. Like you see there's a repeat after 3 blood splatters. That's perfectly fine. Then there's a stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Also, I can overwrite it, but I don't care. It's a game. I'm not doing Dwarf Fortress where I have blood, dirt, oil mixtures, and then it averages the color and viscosity and all the other stuff. My brain has gone enough that this is seeming fun. Oh, it's simple. It probably takes like a unit of... It has... Every single, like, splattering or misting can be put onto a tile. So it's probably... has like an impossible array of every single one that's mixed in there, and then it just adds them up. Or it has like a struct or some other class that has every single one on there, and it just like adds them up to 1,000 and possibly gets rid of ones that are too small to even matter. But yeah, it's process intensive. This isn't. I just want there to be blood, mud, maybe I'll have oil. And I want there to be ice. Ice is going to suck because I don't know how I'm going to really do that one. I guess if it's like over... Yeah, there's a few ways I could think of. So what do I have? I have blood, I have filth, which is just like random muck or whatever. It literally exists for janitors and mud golems. I have blood, I have that, I have, oops. Actually, how is a sanguine squid going to work? I mean, I could just have something random walk blood and hope it goes out, but that seems like a risky thing. Probably limited to like 7 or like 100 steps of random walk. And then it would just like... If the sanguine squid is up here, it goes like, okay, I go left, I go right, I go down, I go left, I go right, I go right, I go right, I go down, I go right, I go right, I go right, I go up. That's a wall, I can't go up. Go right, go right. Go down, go down. Oh, I hit it, make a new one. That could be relatively quick, and I'm only going to have one squid at a time. Possibly. Sorry. I'm too engrossed with flipping this all red. So I have ice, I have blood, I have filth. Mist is not going to be a tile on tile thing. It's going to be its own layer because I need to mess with what do you want to call it? Field of vision, which might be entirely different. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Because I don't have a lot to work with. This isn't like I have 8 field of vision going on. I have 3 spaces I can see around me, and I could almost handcraft that and how it's supposed to work. I have the roach, which is more of a joke than anything. But that can be an on-tile thing. Because the janitor can clean it up, and like it clears out blood when it dies. It's kind of weird, but hey. Anything else? Like, I don't think there's going to be, like... Oh, webbing. I guess webbing can be an on-tile thing. So, it'll make a web, you step onto it, it destroys the web. And then, like, maybe makes an alert to the spider to come to the web. And, like, webs... Or, no, you try to step off the web and it destroys the web, but you can't move. Yeah, that's how I think I'm going to have it go. So we have web, blood, filth, and possibly ice tiles. Anything else could be on there. Like, I don't think there's going to be any growth tiles. Those are going to be entities as they grow around. I don't have any... thing else I could think of that could go on there. It's not like there's going to be holes that you fall in, which is a mystery dungeon thing. You fall into a little hole and then you're stuck there for a turn, but I'm already doing that with web. Did I make this all red? Ah, no, there's some red ref. I'm melting my CPU by just making stuff. This isn't that heavy of a lifted program, it seems, though. It's rather small. I've had documents open that are bigger than it. It has some RAM usage because I'm drawing a million things every second. Now it's some sort of abstract painting. Okay. So yeah, that's a big check on getting that on there. I did not expect to get that on there today. I'm not going to do field of view yet, which is going to be required for me doing, what's it called? It's a requirement for me to do the sound stuff, which will be another texture on its own so that I can have like little squeak sounds that pop up around corners at the beginning of your turn, because the inverted mouse squeaked. Or the bear armor decided to hum a ditty. Also, I don't know why, but whenever I do roguelikes, I tend to end up with blood splatter. It's weird. Okay, let me look at the list again. And the list says... display on screen. Oh, do I have display on screen? So this is a green day. What does the conditional say? What do I have for this conditional? Whatever. Okay. I think this is doing integer division, and this is supposed to be like... It should be green. Anyways. Can I do this? Okay, so if I make this 1? Yeah, it's integer. Let me do a quick look just to see. Excel, divide with float. Nope, I don't want that. Excel, get percent of two numbers. Is it just because I have these as like small? Yes, it's because I have them small. Okay. I was confused. So if I do this, I can... Okay. Everything makes sense now. Now we're hold up. Okay. I think I'm going to cut this shortly because my mind is kind of fried at the moment, but I think we have good results. I've hit all my basics. I'm surprised. I might do a little spriting tonight. I might not. But this has been about a 7-hour stream, which is good. Tomorrow will go a lot better because I will be running it for, since I start the stream at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And I won't have 2 hours of preamble of trying to figure out what to talk about before it starts and confusing people. But let me just go over tomorrow for what I'm going for. So map stitching, that's going to be the one that is a make or break it for this. And just a quick explanation of map stitching. Map stitching is what like Diablo and Diablo 2 uses, and I think to a degree games like Spelunky. It mixes handmade content with procedural generation. So let's say this is face left 1, this is like face left 2, or face right 2. This is 3. When you have two tiles that connect together and you say that you move over here, you have this, and you have these two tiles, it's going to go, okay, I need something that has face right on it, and it will select it from this list up here and then blit it into there. So like you'll grab this, it'll go, okay, this is your tile setup, which is very nifty. However, I need to do a lot of work because it needs to have every direction possible, which means up, right, down, left, up, down, up, left, right, down, right, down. Like all those combinations I have to have and have some variant, and then I want to have some special thing on there. Now, while this will be advanced, what I also want to do for like the tomb ones is I want to have like an indoor and outdoor area. So like you start up here, you live here, all these are like forest thing, and then in here is the tomb, so it'll be like underground. And this can lead to some weird interplay. I mean, like, it's kind of like, it's like a Lethal Company where you know, you start out, you go out, you start on the outside, and then you go inside a place, and you come back out. This kind of doubles it, because I do have some monsters that I want to stay inside, some monsters I want to stay outside, and where they spawn. So this would be an interesting one to work with, but I effectively need 2 tile sets, and I need to generate the map. Then I need to see what part of the map this is on, and then take it from the proper list. And then there'll be like kind of a little weird mixing in between them, but it'll be fine. It's fine. Also, I just realized with door golems, I'm going to have a problem. Even the same for bouncers. So, I don't know if I'm going to have, like, really large doors. I mean, like, if I'm going to have everything be, like, 2? So, what? Is the golem going to... Is the, mimic going to, like, spawn twice? Or is it going to complete the wall and then just, like, it makes a little nest of itself right there as a choke point? Which is kind of funny. But the bouncer, the orc bouncer is going to go like from door to door. Is it going to just erect a barrier? Maybe it does, and then when it leaves, it just takes out the other ones that are not actually supposed to be there. And that would be kind of funny. Well, the bouncer, you drop like meat or gold in front of it, and then it takes it from you, and then it just goes to another one. It's supposed to keep people out, but yeah. Maybe. It'll probably have a... I think I also called it the orc doorman. He's supposed to keep the riffraff out, but maybe the bouncer can do that too. He like sticks around and like... He doesn't move when you come towards him. Orc harasser or something, but yeah. That said, maybe I'll draw a sprite or 2. Okay, I'm going to draw a sprite. Since I've been talking about the roach, let's drop this saturation to about like 30. And get this sort of gray purple head. That's fine. And beady little eyes. Yeah, actually, I might stick with this for a little bit. So, let's do the standard, like, drop a step. Get this. Big chunky banding. And then for this, drop this step. and move this up a step, but we cannot go above 50. That's a no-no. And this might be our style kind of going forward. A 3 gradient that's kind of grimy all the way across. We'll see. And I want one more step down here. Now, I think I said the basic thing is going to be up and down. So also for this one, so we could assume there, so move you over one. And 'cause funny. So let's see how this works. To the sprite mine. Always good to make some sprites. You need to make them when you have time. Okay, set this to like 300. Yeah, that's something you totally want to deal with. Maybe move it up a few pixels so it's more in the middle than on the bottom. Emphasize how small it is, comparatively. Okay, I like it. So, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. More in the middle. The mouse is really clean, but I kind of like it that way. I could dirty up later if I want to, but it is what it is. So we have that. A dungeon thing. A dungeon thing. This is pretty nondescript, but I think I'm going to lean into... Please? Hello, thank you. I'm going to lean into the kind of eyes that we have on here. It pops up a lot, like just the big, dull, grimy, or big red eye thing. The fox is weird. So anyways... let's go with a kind of brownish yellow. Okay, that's good base. Just kind of a hunched little thing like this. Drop the saturation on this to like 40. Just make it look weird. It's mostly harmless. Okay, let's have that back leg, let's actually have that be 2 steps down. So 18 and 3. And then this can be one step down. So 28 and 13. A little bit of the banding going on here. $30, $33. Okay, that's a gnarly little thing. I need to flip what side he's looking on, but, yes. Then he's going to look absolutely awful, because that's how it goes. Boop. And cheat to win. I'm going to remove this leg. Like so. Move this one like so. Move this like so. I'm not even sure if it has 3 legs. Then I'm going to tilt this up. Whoops. So that this goes down a little bit. I'm going to refix some of the colors on this. And this is going to go right here now. And like so. Okay. Does it animate? Also, I'm probably going to need to add a new sheet to... a new column to it. Why am I revitalized after moving on just this? I'm going to quit at 8 a little bit, though. Because I want to have some time today. Spriting, it's what I do. Okay, so you need to move up a couple pixels. Okay. This one, I think, needs to move down one. And this needs to move up. And yeah, I don't know what this is. It's just a dungeon thing. You can't even be sure, like, what it is. It's just a thing that lives in the dungeon. Whoops. Nope, I did not want that. Thank you, A-Sprite. I love when you do the weird stuff. I should probably delete this first. But yeah, you just come around in the dungeon, you see that thing just sort of doing this, and then like you step 2 in front of it and it becomes your worst enemy. Your worst thing ever. Okay. Let's just make an update to this sheet. Inverse rats. Sprite, where is the roach? The roach is 4. Dungeon thing. Actually, let me do a little bit of... Is there a count? Yes, count. Awesome. All right. So what count is doing is it's counting any instance of anything in these cells, so I can use this as a proper sane sort of number, so I can do some things with it. Okay, so sprite index equals this over here, and I think it's $sign to keep it from changing. Okay. Awesome. AI done. 0. Copy and place all the way down here. How's that 1? Oh. Yeah, because it's 100%. Alright, so I've made some more functionality in this, so I can keep track of things that I have properly done, and we are 0.03% done with sprites, and we are 0% done with AI. Do I want to go through and make the AI for I could, I guess. I mean, he's supposed to be a really stupid basic one, so it shouldn't be too hard. Very, I think I'm kind of out of steam at this point. Technically not a full day of work, but I've been hammering this more than a general full day of work, which also has, you know, a million meetings in order to waste your time. Good stuff. Also reading emails and trying to decipher the runes of a request. I would have taken more breaks. Yeah, I'm missing like... I also haven't had like a full lunch hour in this. So yeah, I think I'm going to call it now. I thank you for spending 7 hours, if you stuck with this through the entire stream, with me. There will be more tomorrow. And I'll probably get some more sprites done tonight. And probably make the 8x16 text sheet, because I'm seeing that's absolutely needed for later usage. So, that said, thank you for coming, and I will see you all later. Yep, that's fine. I don't expect somebody to watch this. Half of this is just to keep me going at this and not just sit around and do nothing. And then think about how doing stuff. This is very much... I can't slack in the slightest because I'm sending this out to the world. And also it's a good document of how much time I spent on it. So there's that. Anyways. Tomorrow will be another day, and well, what am I doing tomorrow? Ah, yes, stitches. I'm stitching together maps, I'm getting line of sight, and I'm getting fog of war, and I'm getting the basic items in here, because that's going to be very important, as it is pivotal to the entirety of this game, which is get money out, have money taken away from you and given back pittance of how much it was. Buy items to survive, and then get killed at the end because you're a disposable thief they bought. Such is life. Anyway, with that, I'm not extending my legs. There we go, retracted the legs. And with that, have a good time of day, and I will see you tomorrow if you decide to come in at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. I have no idea what that would be Pacific, but till then, goodbye.